Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidate, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Hello, hello, hello. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. This is I'm your host Chan Crewman. We're joined with the other host, Lady Chase. She's in the background. I'm at the hospital with her right now, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 4. Episode 49, Part 1 of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. Continue to mess up the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100. So it's tangibles 2025 to tangibles 2100. Then we lost a legend. Another legend, 2 legends in fact. The first one was Christopher Jasper of the Isley brothers, passed away earlier this week, and then of pancreatic cancer. And then we lost Angie Stone, the mother and queen of Neo-Soul. We lost her today due to a car crash. Then we got Becky Chaser. He is unalived by his Becky. Remember, these mugs learn to start chasing this carry base. Then we got Angie Stone was 63. Becky Lover meets his end at the hands of his SNOWBUNNY. Then we got a D So Evil. It was scrapped from history, 1863, the Devil's Punchbowl. Then we got the 1940s LA Zoot Riots. They don't want you to know. Then we got, and if we have time, Latin boxer thinks bigotry is funny. And Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard just lost the election by a landslide. Dolton Dictator destroyed. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for staying up late with us. Make sure you subscribe, like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc News. And Twin is in here. Shout out to Twin, our hype man. He says, welcome to Frontline Blacc News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Peace to Che, Lady Che, and Shabaka. Get well soon, Lady Che. Tangibles 2025, 2100, 2100. This is a tether-free zone and a coon-free zone. B1, yes sir. The healing continues for Lady Che. Shout out to the B1 family. Fire emojis. Mac 285's in the building. Shout out to Mac 285. Shout out to Twin is shouting you out as well. Twin says, Lady Che, get well. Stand strong. And R.I.P. Christopher Jasper and Angie Stone. Yes, may they both rest in power.
Not the Black Pearl.
Yeah, the Black Pearl's gone.
Man, you already know about Angie Stone. We call her the Black Pearl.
Mm-hmm. I call her the Queen of Neo-Soul.
Yeah, baby, man. I swear. Angie Stone, man. Like,
And shout out to the Sequence. She used to be part of the Sequence group too. Alright, so where's Tangibles at? First down. Alright, y'all, so I'm gonna get it started. So the first topic is the tangibles. It's the year and the decade of tangibles. Continue to mess with the tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. And back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed, our FBA brother, came up with the hashtag Tangibles2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, citizens of child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. What's the L block? Genius.
yes.
I don't know if that was them or somebody else. Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Just need to wipe down your lines and stuff.
Okay. They're doing procedures.
You have a camera on the side, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, go for it. I'm sorry. Family, I'm still at the hospital, so might hear some rummaging around, but carry on, Jim.
Just gonna come over here.
Do you have enough room? Or do you need me to move?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wipe the tubing.
Okay, so back in 2020, our good brother Tribute C came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. Like I said, it's detailing everything that we mean, the foundational Black Americans, people that built this country. The foundation of this country are going to demand from the two-party system. So instead of 2020, it's 2028 for the presidential, 2026 for the midterms, and 2025 for the local elections that are happening in several cities throughout this country, including New York City. So the 2025 local elections are coming up, the 2026 midterm elections are coming up, and the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old, now I think it's 55 plus year old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups of minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, marginalized, etc. Has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2025 for the local, 2026 for the midterms, and 2028 for the presidential, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. That goes for the local, state, and federal level. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society. That's foundational Black America. So politicians must offer tangible, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media
Like a little bit of there, but that's normal.
using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And we've been doing exactly that, spreading this hashtag far and wide for the past 5 years now. And we're not letting up. I told y'all from the very beginning, Genesis, the beginning of the show, going all the way back to 2021,
Is it too hot?
that this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, and that we were in it for the long haul, and this is going to be a generational long fight. So we in it for the long haul. So like I said, Tangibles 2025 all the way up to 2100. Continuing to. No, I was outside. That's why I had this on.
Baby, are you cold though?
Not currently. It's still warmer than outside.
I look in here, he's on one blood. So if he gets cold, I guess we'll turn it up. I turn down like this. I don't throw up.
It's at 71 right now.
Okay, that's good.
Maybe she was fine.
Okay, sounds good.
And
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm at the hospital though. So.
I apologize, family. Carry on, Jasper.
All right. So, yep. Tangibles twin all the way up to 2100. Continue to man something tangible for your vote, Black family. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
I think, first of all, real quick, can you just real quick make sure I'm covered up?
They can't see you.
Well, I know, but I can feel like I'm uncovered.
You're definitely covered.
My feet are cold. I was gonna say that schedule family, when you seek a politician, we always say demand something from them. It's quid pro quo.
You want me to raise your feet up?
No, baby. Thank you. Thank you. It's good. I just feel like should ask you for more blankets or warmer blankets.
Okay, let me go get some rest.
So we have to demand something tangible, like because Black family, we got lazy and complacent and comfortable that we don't understand now what's happening. These little programming manipulations, right? So, as somebody who's running for office, like Jesse ran for office, demand something tangible, meaning like quid pro quo. What can I tangibly provide for my area? Well, I think the streets are jacked up, personally. And I think the streets all need to be fixed because bike riders can't even ride the streets. And, I see people riding around on bikes, and sometimes I see the looks riding around on bikes. And I these baby manholes that really drive me crazy. But make it make sense to a person where, for example, the street in Jesse's neighborhood, but Jesse lives in an area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like right before Jesse, so I drive to Jesse's house, a little power chair, right?
Yep.
And I cross.
Kahari's in the building. Shout out to Kahari.
Shout out to Car. But I drive to Jesse's house. Jesse lives in an area. There's an area right before mine and Jesse's area that separated. It's called Central Park.
Yeah.
Now, Central Park is where all the white folk live.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I cruise their neighborhood, I like to look out, and I drive it late at night. Sometimes I creep down that area because I used to spy on the police academy. So they put up a fence or a tarp.
Yeah, they put a tarp up.
Put a tarp up so I can spy on them. But every 15 feet, the road is cracked from one sidewalk to the other. Now, make it make sense. This is a brand new, I would say the development was what? Maybe 10, 15 years old?
Yeah, maybe 10.
Maybe 10. That them nice new houses for white folks live in, right? Every 15 feet, there's an electric bolt across the street. Like the street is cracked. Every 15 feet. That's by design. So I know there's a method to really fixing the street. And I know the recipe for really fixing the street. So that is tangible, right? I feel like the streets need to be fixed. For driving, it's intentional wear and tear on your tires, right? For your vehicle. So your vehicle is constantly going through a new cycle of tires, right? I don't know if this is making sense, but it's going through a new cycle of tires. And you always have to get alignments and rotations and whatever men do at the fucking mechanic spot. Okay, but this is by design to constantly be in your pocket. I say that because my little vehicle is like a little car on wheels. And my tires, for some reason, are like, they can't really be punctured. But the other chair, my sleepy look, that had regular tires that could run over a small child and run up hills, right? But those tires were like tires you put on cars. And I could pop a tire at any given point from running the streets like I do, right? So I say that because that's a concern. If your tires ain't right, then you waste more gas, waste more energy in your car. Just think about how it all works. Okay, man, the new drive vehicles. You think about that, just put it all in. You think about tires going out, you gotta get new tires. Why is every single tire so fucking goddamn much, right? You need four of them. Okay? So each tire. If you live in a snow state, then you gotta get snow tires, right? So think about it like that. All this is designed to get up in your pocketbooks, right? With bad tires come low energy on your battery and fucks up with your starter, all that your alternator, whatever. Think about it, all goes hand in hand. One loops into the other, right? So I tangibly know the recipe for really making the streets better. They do in politics. Denver or Department of Transportation intentionally tries to get in your wallet by creating shitty roads, fucked up bridges, things like that. They constantly need work, so that's coming out the taxpayers, and it goes on the ballot. All these things are important. So I want to be effective. So let's just say hypothetically, that would be one of my issues. It's an everybody issue, right? Because when we get too pro-black, we gotta chill out. But that's not gonna take away from the blackness. So, but this will be something tangible that anybody can really get around. Because if you drive in the city or you take the bus, just you take the bus.
Yep.
If you've been on the 15,
Yep.
that is a disaster.
Yep.
Okay, I take the bus when I have to. Personally, I like fuck the bus, fuck paying them. I remember when it was a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when it was a quarter to take the bus.
Yep. I vaguely remember that.
So
I remember when it was
that's
50
what you have
cents.
to ask. You have to ask the person running. You gotta ask them all the right questions, especially when it comes to black folk, because we've been deceived by pretty black
Twin
faces.
said he understands where you're coming from.
That's right. The pretty black faces in politics have been our detriment. We believe and believe and believe, and how you think we got that Democratic bullshit for 60 motherfucking years? So, as pretty as I am, I'm going to tell the truth, and I will tell you that the girl does all sorts of research, and I will find ways to limit us from extra spending. I'm tired of them stealing from us. And that's tangible. I promise you, I will do. Why? Because I'm so mad about it. And if it affects me, then it affects you. That's what it is. And I think that these new wave politicians don't know what it's like to be the people. So I think when you want to talk to these people, they're like, especially Black Denver, you can attest to that.
Yep.
Black Denver is inaccessible. As much as they like to throw out they're accessible, you can't get in touch with these motherfuckers if you wanted to. And unless you're special and have a way in, like Jesse does, I, the regular person, have to go through and clout on the clout of Jesse's political shit to get what I need. And I can't deal with that no more because that's like taking 5 steps back. when I know and he knows that natural leadership is a rare quality. So you power to take it.
Shabaka's in the building.
Chewbacca's here finally. So I hope I point clearly on the
What's
tangible.
going on?
We just finished. Lady Che was just finishing her thoughts on tangibles.
What I was saying.
Oh, okay. Cut the damn check. Oh, boy. And it's 58 degrees and clear here in Las Vegas. Ew.
Cut the damn check. But I hope that you understand tangible family right now, because we have a red devil and a Dutch devil in the office, and they trying to bump us off, and nobody seems to notice that we ain't around. White folk kind of casually notice, but it's really starting to be odd that they ain't noticing that we missing in action.
Oh, they noticing.
I want you to know that. I hope we made it clear. Jesse, I'm done talking. May I please have some water?
Yes.
Please. Okay, go ahead, Chewbacca. It's all you, buddy.
Okay.
Wait. Before Chewbacca started talking, Chewbacca said he blew his back out. And I was like, Chewbacca, were you throwing the dick around? And he said no. He said no. I said, then there's no reason you blew your back out.
All right, got this Bluetooth on.
Chewbacca
All right,
said,
yes, how am I sounding?
You sounded clear.
Chewbacca said that was a young man's game, and he's a grown man, and he just throw him
What
on
was
top.
a young man's game?
I say, well, you throwing the dick around, and that's why you blew your back out. And you said no.
Oh, no, that is just from injuries, you know, when I got injured back at about 17, 18 years old.
Black
Say,
people,
that's
black
what happens.
I know you
Say, you gotta take care of yourself while you're young, you know what I'm saying? I'm sitting up here looking at this.
Yeah, no, I was asking Chewbacca. I was like, Chewbacca, did you throw your back out? Did you throw the dick? And he said no. I would have said yes.
Hey, twin. You know, no, yeah, that was many years ago. You know what I'm saying? But this is what happens, young. You know, when you get old.
Now he's laughing.
I would have lied. I would have said,
Don't laugh, sonny. You'll be old too, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
All right, Shabaka.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Cut the fucking check as in 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. But keep in mind that this is a debt that is old. This isn't no handout. We don't give a fuck about these other groups. We built the goddamn country. You motherfuckers owe a debt. Pay the money. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if you're going to sit up here and give money to this trick Zelensky going on around with some damn jumpsuit on looking like one of these fuck boys, man, then y'all need to go on and pay us.
Right.
And, you know, you saw how they treated Zelensky.
But Trump had to put him in his place.
Don't say that.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He was trying to talk to Trump like he was biting. Like, nah.
Trump, you know, talked to him like the buster he was. You see what I'm saying? Then you had JD up there. You see what I'm saying?
Why do y'all feel like
Zelensky's a buster.
Begging for help.
All that money Biden gave that motherfucker, he been spending on goddamn prostitutes.
That motherfucker outside with Kevlar.
No, he decided to come beg because NATO wasn't trying to give him the time of the day.
NATO
ain't doing nothing to help him.
You know what?
So he's gonna come to the U.S. and thought he was gonna talk crazy to the sitting president. Like, no,
goddamn right.
No, it's not goddamn right. It's goddamn
that
wrong.
Motherfucker is crazy.
You coming to the
see, the thing is you have to understand about dudes like Trump.
That don't make no sense.
Let me tell you how I feel.
Oh
I
my
feel
God.
like
Well,
those
Biden was up there shitting on himself, having to wear diapers.
the Bible brought up Zelensky.
Yeah.
You know.
Talk about Zelensky like that. I love
Mhm.
Stormed out crying. He
did
should.
not storm
Yes,
out
he
crying.
did.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
cry.
he did, twin.
Oh, he took his
No. Zelensky stormed out looking like the buster that he is.
Mhm.
And they didn't even pay for his stay out here. So they slapped that motherfucker with a bill, huh? Yeah. So he goes over there to Great Britain.
You realize
And, and they're sitting up there listening to his bullshit, you know what I mean? But keep in mind, Black family,
how to keep the table.
if it wasn't for none of those minerals on the continent, man, would none of that shit be possible? You got Stinky Bird and Little Stink, you see what I'm saying? And what have you. And then another problem they got.
Said after the war, huh?
Yeah, they didn't even pay for his stay out there. Damn, twin. So damn, boy. So they're gonna sit up here. They're gonna have this buster come out here, and these motherfuckers can't cut the damn reparations checks.
Negotiation table, think you just talk over any old kind of way? You just gonna do whatever? No.
Yo, why you spell touch Trump any kind of way?
No.
Because that motherfucker is crazy.
You're literally asking for money from Trump, and you think you're gonna talk
that
crazy to him?
Look, check this out.
And you think you're gonna get something out of him?
I don't give a fuck.
Well,
he should be doing it.
That's why he's not getting shit. He said either
How is he gonna blame him for
he
literally
told Trump literally told him, look, you're not in no position to be given any kind of demands, any kind of orders.
Right.
He left,
Zelensky, yes.
Thank God.
After he thought he was gonna talk
crazy.
I
thought that Munich shit was gonna be
nah.
Cut ties.
Well, NATO ain't gonna help. If the U.S. ain't gonna help, then Ukraine. He might as well just sign over Ukraine to Russia.
No.
Yeah, man, he might as well.
I'm gonna send him an email.
I mean, Zelensky's a buster. So
I agree.
Straight up.
To Africa, and you can go talk to Traore, because that's the only
nurses
here.
You know, and Zelensky's is a buster. Talking about, you're gonna feel it and all this old shit. Yeah, I agree with you, twin.
Yeah, and Trump said, "How you gonna? You ain't in no position to be telling me what we gonna feel. You ain't in no position."
But I like it when Trump. But I like it when Trump told him, "You ever been bombed upside your head?" I thought he was gonna fire on the motherfucker.
He said, "You might as well just sign over Russia."
Yeah,
you might as well just sign Ukraine over to Russia.
No, I would never.
Yeah, you see, it might as well. I mean, and the cold part about it is too, Black family, and also too, twin. Tell me what you think about this. They're still going to our continent for the fucking resources, raw materials for the armaments. You know what I'm saying? The gold and what have you. See, so I appreciate President Traore standing on the square, although he got Coca-Cola in there.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, and for those of you out there that like Gandhi, fuck Gandhi. Okay.
You get no argument from me about that. All right, Sparky, what's your final thoughts on the tangibles? Because this just went a whole nother trajectory. As soon as you brought up.
The final thought on the tangibles. It is a debt that is owed. Cut the goddamn check. You know what I'm saying? Jack Stinky Bird up for some of the money.
Yep. Trump said if it wasn't for us, Zelensky would be dead today. Yeah, he would.
Yeah. Now, man, who's us? Or is Trump talking about his regime?
Well, twin agrees.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's that old saying, if anybody remember, well, this is a younger generation. If anybody remember this joke about the Lone Ranger, right? Where the Lone Ranger and Tonto was getting pinned down by the indigenous people. And the Lone Ranger says to Tonto, well, we in big trouble.
Begging all the time. Every time you look up, he's begging for some money. Begging for some money. Begging the U.S.
Yeah.
for money.
$50. I bet you $50.
Yeah.
Begging the U.S.
And they
for
need to
help.
go and give us the damn tangibles. They say they need to go on there and cut the goddamn check to us, because one thing Trump did say, man, he was working on some type of form of reparations.
At midnight.
See?
Not now.
So where's those goddamn Democrats on that one?
At midnight.
$50 says that motherfucker could be like, he over there in that field right there. Any given point. When did Putin and Trump hit the motherfucking mark? Hit the fucking war zone. When they want to do photo ops.
Oh, Trump never put us in a war.
I'm all over it.
He actually ended the war in Afghanistan, so I don't know.
Well, actually, there's an old saying. There's an old saying that the Democrats get the U.S. in the war and the Republicans get the U.S. out of war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, because one thing about Tricky Dick, the crooked bastard, he did end the war in Vietnam, you know?
Yeah, the war is over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
War.
Mm-hmm.
The Vietnam War, that's what he's referring to.
I know.
Please keep up.
Right.
It is technical. The Vietnam War, the Vietnam conflict.
It ended April 30th, 1975.
Like the U.S.
Yep.
Yes, it was an war.
Yeah, it was undeclared war. The war in Vietnam was never declared. Congress never declared war on North Vietnam.
Right.
See.
And it took a Republican to end the war.
Yeah, actually, there's an old saying that Democrats get the country in the wars, the Republicans that get them out. Mm-hmm. And then the conflict in Korea, that there was just basically a that was a police action as opposed to actual war.
Yeah. Anywho, you're right. I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yep. And then, of course, you know, the brother who was over there in Korea that defected to North Korea.
Yeah, we covered that spot.
Yeah, that there was about a couple of years ago, I think.
No, It was like a year ago. It happened last year.
Yeah. So his ass can't never go back into South Korea. He cannot go on no U.S. territory, because if they do, they're gonna arrest his ass if they don't kill him.
He went to North Korea. Yeah, so he can't go back. He can't go back to South Korea.
Yeah, and then old boy in North Korea was taking all that trash, putting them up in drones, dropping the trash and shit and all that in South Korea. That shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so is that your final thoughts on the tangible, Shabaka?
Yeah, cut the goddamn check.
Okay.
It's a debt that is owed. It's not a handout. It ain't sitting at a lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee. It's the goddamn debt that's owed.
Right. I agree, Shabaka. I agree.
So, and I'm just curious to see if Trump is going to do that. I think he'll do it. Okay, if Trump was to do it, I don't think he'll be doing it to please black folk, but I think he'd be doing it to piss off them goddamn Democrats.
Yep, that's what I said too, Shabaka. And he's so petty and vindictive. I can see him doing it just to spite them.
Oh yeah, you see what I'm saying? And like he said, when he was the president the first time, he said, "After all, y'all did build this motherfucker." You know what I'm saying? Y'all did build it. What's the Democrats gonna say? Democrats go up there, tell grown men to go shove ketchup up their asses and menstruate. What kind of shit is
and
that?
Democrats said this is a country that was built by immigrants.
Yeah. Damn. You know, and then on top of it, and they broke every treaty that they had with the indigenous people here. You see what I mean? And there was a film. Okay, wait a minute now. Turning back the hands of time, and ask Chairman Sekou about this one. There was a film called Billy Jack. Okay, in the early 70s. And what it was making a political statement, is because, you know, he did mention that the damn U.S. government broke every goddamn treaty that they signed with the indigenous nations. You see what I mean? Every fucking treaty that they broke, you see? But then, you know, the house nigga, he's so goddamn brainwashed and brain dead, like Malcolm said, you go tell that motherfucker, let's escape, let's run away. Man, you must be crazy. It's better than what we got here. See, a Negro like that is dangerous. And I'm going to tell you why. Not only is a Negro like that dangerous, not only is the motherfucker a danger to himself, he's also a danger to the ones, man, who's trying to rectify this shit. Like Sister Harriet Tubman. What a street sweeper. You're either going to be free, you're going to be dead. And I can see big, buffed ass, 6'5" ass, brain dead Negroes. Oh, we got to go back to Master Miss Harriet. He been so good to us. And she'll level that street sweeper and say, motherfucker, you either going to be free or you're going to be dead. And you got to listen 10 seconds to make up your goddamn mind. She had a schedule to keep. You see? You know? Mm-hmm. All right. What's the next subject?
Oh, yeah. I said, brother Jasper passed away.
Okay, you're fading in and out, brother Chad.
Oh, God. Can you hear me now, Shabaki?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Singer Chris Jasper of the Isley Brothers passed away of pancreatic cancer.
Right, he was 76, I believe.
No, 73.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're very popular in the early 70s. Mm-hmm. Yep. So the only one left now would be Ernie and Mr. Big.
Yep. And Mr. Big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So last week, so I got two clips I was going to play. The first one is about the singer, Chris Jasper of Isley Brothers cause of death, his wife, and his network and lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Because I think Chris Jasper was their brother-in-law. I think he married one of the Isley sisters, or one of the Isleys married one of his sisters.
Christopher Howard Jasper, born December 30th, 1951, and died on February 23rd, 2025, was an American singer, composer, and producer. Jasper was a former member of the Isley Brothers and Isley Jasper Isley, a contributing member to the Isley Brothers Music, 1973 to 1983, and Isley Jasper Isley Music, 1984 to 1987. He was also a successful solo musician and record producer, recording over 17 of his own solo albums, including 4 urban contemporary gospel albums, all written, produced, and performed, both vocally and instrumentally, by Jasper. He also his New York City-based record label, Old City Records. Jasper's lush keyboard and Moog synthesizer work is his signature contribution to the Isley Brothers music of the 1970s and 1980s, the gold and platinum years, when the Isley Brothers were a self-contained band. Net worth. As of 2025, Chris Jasper's estimated net worth was around $10 million at the time of his death. Much of his wealth has come from his time as a member of the Isley Brothers, which was an immensely successful group that achieved widespread commercial and critical success. Jasper's songwriting royalties, particularly for some of the most iconic hits, have contributed significantly to his net worth. Additionally, his solo career, while not as commercially massive as the Isley Brothers, has still brought in substantial earnings thanks to album sales, touring, and royalties for his music catalog. His work as a producer, in collaboration with other artists, has also helped to solidify his financial success. Early life and career. Jasper was a classically trained musician and composer. The youngest of 7 siblings, he started studying classical music at the age of 7 at the suggestion of his mother, Elizabeth. After graduating from high school in Cincinnati, he moved to New York to study music composition at the Juilliard School of Music in New York City. He continued his studies at C.W. Post, Long Island University, New York, where he studied with jazz pianist and composer Billy Taylor and received a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in music composition.
Nice.
He subsequently graduated from Concord University School of Law. The Jasper and Isley families lived in the same apartment complex in Cincinnati. While still living in Cincinnati, Jasper's older sister, Elaine, married Rudolph Isley.
Okay, there it is.
His vocal trio, formed by the 3 older brothers, Rudolph, Ronald, and O'Kelly, subsequently relocated to Teaneck, New Jersey. While living in Teaneck as a young teenager and attending Teaneck High School, Jasper and the 2 younger Isleys, Marvin and Ernie, formed a band, the Jazzman Trio, with Jasper on keyboards, Ernie on drums, and Marvin on bass. The band played local gigs in the New Jersey area. Along with Jasper, Marvin and Ernie also attended C.W. Post College in New York. While still in college, Jasper, Ernie, and Marvin toured with the older Isley brothers and played on the earlier recordings, including Ernie's bass guitar on It's Your Thing. Jasper's first of many songs written for the Isley brothers was Love Put Me on a Corner, released on the Isley's Brother album in 1972. In 1973, Jasper, Marvin, and Ernie brought a new songwriting and musical component to the older Isley brothers vocal trio, transitioning the Isley brothers into a self-produced, self-contained 6-member R&B/funk band. Their debut release during this time was the 3+3 album. Jasper was a contributing songwriter, producer, and arranger to the Isley brothers' music from 1973, 3+3, through 1983, Between the Sheets, adding to signature contributions by younger members Ernie and Marvin, and foundational contributions by Kelly, Rudolph, and Ronald Isley. Between the Sheets, the title track written by Ernie, was their final album as a 6-member group. In 1984, the 6-member group disbanded. Jasper, Marvin, and Ernie decided to remain with CBS and record as Isley Jasper Isley, while the older Isley brothers departed the label and unsuccessfully sued the younger brothers and CBS Records in an attempt to prevent the younger brothers from recording for CBS. Isley Jasper Isley was a self-contained, self-produced trio with Jasper as lead singer and continuing his contributing role as a songwriter, producer, and arranger. The trio released 3 albums on CBS Records. Jasper wrote contributions from Ernie and sang lead on the group's biggest hit, Caravan of Love, which was covered by English recording artist the House Martins, who made the song a #1 international hit. In 1987, Isley Jasper Isley disbanded. In 1990, Ernie released a solo album on another label. In 1991, Marvin rejoined Ronald as the Isley Brothers, with Ernie following suit later the same year, following Marvin's retirement due to complications with diabetes in 1997. Ronald and Ernie have been the main performers carrying on the Isley Brothers' name. Jasper continued on as a solo artist and released 2 albums on his CBS-associated label, Gold City Records, including the #1 R&B hit Superbad in 1988, a song which emphasized the importance of education, a theme Jasper continued to emphasize in many of the songs he wrote after his days with the Isleys. In 1989, Jasper wrote, produced, and performed on Make It Last for Chaka Khan's CK album. In all, Jasper released 16 solo albums, including 4 gospel albums. Jasper's January 2013 release, titled Inspired by Love, by Life, by the Spirit, was a compilation of love songs as well as socially conscious and spiritual tracks. In May 2014, he released The One, reminiscent of the soulful R&B and funk music he wrote for the Isleys. In 2016, he released Share With Me with a cover of the Billy Preston hit, You Are So Beautiful, and a track called America, a tribute to the nation and a call to come together. In April 2018, Jasper pre-released a AA single, The Love That You Give / It's a Miracle, from his 15th solo CD, Dance With You. In 2019, Jasper released a covers album entitled For the Love of You, which included versions of some of the songs Jasper contributed to with the Isley Brothers, including the title track, as well as solo R&B and pop classics, including renditions of Sam Cooke's Nothing Can Change This Love, Marvin Gaye's God Is Love, and Van Morrison's Have I Told You Lately. Jasper continued to write, record, and perform all the music on his solo albums and produce artists for his Gold City label, including Liz Ho, Up Front, and Brothez by Choice.
In the building, shout out
In 2015, in conjunction with Sony Music, Jasper released the Essential Chris Jasper, which encompasses all of the tracks that Jasper sang lead during the Isley Jasper Isley years and his solo career at CBS/Sony Music. Music Jasper worked on with the Isley Brothers has been covered and sampled by artists including Whitney Houston, Aaliyah, Notorious B.I.G., Tupac Shakur, Queen Latifah, Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Gwen Stefani, Fantasia, Will Smith, and Jaheim.
Yep, they all.
Jasper received numerous gold and platinum albums and music industry awards. Jasper, as a member of the Isley Brothers, and the Isleys were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1992-3. In January 2014, Jasper, again as a member of the Isley Brothers, and the Isleys were honored with the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2015, Jasper received the German Record Critics Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2016, Jasper was awarded the National R&B Society Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2020, Jasper was awarded the Trax Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2022, Jasper, as a member of the Isley Brothers, was inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Personal life and death. Jasper lived in New York with his wife for 40 years, Margie Jasper, a New York-based attorney and author. As a devout spiritual individual, Chris Jasper often spoke about the influence of his faith on his music and life. He was deeply inspired by his Christian beliefs and incorporated spiritual themes into much of his work. This was especially true in his later solo albums, where he explored messages of love, unity, and spiritual awakening. Jasper died on February 23, 2025, 2 months after being diagnosed with cancer. He was 73. Rest in peace, Chris Jasper. You may have gone, you will never be forgotten.
Right.
Damn, when I was listening to him, when I was listening to him in the early 70s, the dude was only 23, 24 years old at the time. Wow, that's heavy. Well, they ain't like being rich while you're young.
Was that the style back then or something, Shabaka? Like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah, that one right there, yeah. But dude over there on the far right, man, not too many brothers was wearing that shit, you know, so it's quite obvious.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I remember platform shoes. I remember platform shoes. I had me a pair of platform shoes.
Yeah, that was that disco era.
No, that's pre-disco.
With
disco
the platform.
74.
Okay.
Yeah, about 74. So basically, at this time in history, this here was pretty much of a transition of going from the R&B into the disco era. Now, shit like...
Well, I heard that disco, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that hip-hop and disco started the same year in 1973.
Okay, now on the East Coast, yeah. Okay. So, because keep in mind that anytime, now, let me make sure I got it right. Anytime that a new genre comes out, it takes it a few years for it to catch on. You see? And then the big rappers.
Yeah, I mean, now, I'm not taking away from their musical talent at all. I'm just trying to figure out why he was dressed like that.
Well, see, that's that early 1970s shit. Motherfuckers was still having flashbacks with Lucy in the Sky, Diamonds, and all that old type of shit.
Yeah. We got Leonard in the building, too. We got Sister Prosperity. She's out the shop. She's part of Chicago Flips Red. They've been giving Brandon Johnson that work.
Good, as well as they should. Fuck Brandon Johnson.
Yeah,
And all these black ass politicians. Oh, and by the way, you know your boy Cuomo, man, is running for mayor, man. So Eric Adams, he's through.
I told you he was gonna run Shabaka. That's not even news. I know he was gonna hop into that race.
Yeah, that was good.
Eyes, yeah, they were. I remember Pops. He had turned me on to their "Go for Your Guns" album. That shit was hard.
And then they did Footsteps in the Dark. I remember that. I had that.
It was on that album. If I'm not mistaken.
But their biggest hit out of the 70s was that one called That Lady, and it was back in those days you had the 45s, and they had Lady Part 1 on the first one, then on the flip side you had That Lady Part 2, and on the flip side That Lady Part 2 is where you
like all their songs, all their hits ended up being a bunch of commercials, using a lot of commercials.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet outfit. Yeah, definitely sweet outfits. Chewbacca. He says, Chewbacca better not wear that.
No, you're not gonna catch me dead and shit like that, homie. No, you're not gonna catch me dead, no shit like that.
He said, Sister Prosperity said the black shirt would have got him hurt, right?
I'm talking about dude there, not Ronald Isley. You talking about that dude over there on the right? Yeah, dude on the far right. No, that's unacceptable.
I'm like, what the hell?
You don't get caught dead and shit like that. No. You don't get caught dead and no shit like that. Yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah, twin that. That's what I'm saying. You don't get caught dead in that shit right there. Now what Ernie Isley got on there, the one standing right there on the right, okay, that there's what they used to call a leisure suit, because I used to have one. And actually they were pretty cool, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the leisure suits.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
they need to bring them back. Yeah,
that was
in between the sheets, And then, of course, Mr. Big right there. And Atlantis, Voice to Atlantis, 1977. You're right, Prosperity. I had that song. Mm-hmm. And then Chris Jasper standing there on the left, with the white pants on, with the reddish brown shirt on. That's Chris Jasper. Okay, and I think that's Ernie is with the hat on. And I think that's Kelly right there standing next to his brother Ronald.
Right here. Or right here. In the middle.
Okay, in the middle between Ronald Isley and Chris Jasper. I think that's Ernie. No, I'm sorry. I think that's the other brother. No, Ernie's on the far right.
Ernie's on the far right with the leisure suit.
Right. An old boy right there. I don't know who the hell he is, man. Looks like he got caught up in San Francisco somewhere. Yeah, I think old boy. And I do remember they did play the Oakland Coliseum one time.
That's from back in the day. Not 70.
Yeah, I need a leisure suit. Actually, Mac 285, I like to see him bring the motherfuckers back, actually, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think if somebody, a clothing designer or what have you, redesign it, man, the motherfucker make a killing.
Burn up the damn Google car. He said they Google car ready.
I think the damn Google car ready. Oh, hell no, man. No, man. No, not no Google cars, man. No, man, not Google cars. And then just an update on me, ladies and gentlemen, my condition is getting worse, okay? Okay, Prosperity says bring back real men too. Now, Prosperity, I appreciate where you're coming from, but ma'am, I have to say this. I'm not trying to start no argument with you, ma'am, but please, black woman, quit bed wenching, because that is a big turnoff to a brother. Is the bed wenching, not calling you one Miss Prosperity. You know what I'm saying? That is a huge turnoff. You see?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get on the bed bucks here shortly, because the bed bucks just got dealt with by his BECCY.
Oh, well, she kicked him off the planet. Yeah, well.
Yep.
What did he expect? You know. Now, Prosperity. They do have real men out here, sister, but the real men, particularly the real black men, they suppress. See, they don't want to show the imagery of real black men providing for their children. They don't want to show the real black men teaching their sons, you know, how to protect themselves. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They don't want to show that. They much rather want to show you motherfuckers like that there standing next to Ernie Isley.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
And keep in mind.
Back in the 70s. She said she know that. She just said, I know that.
And Mac 285 laughing his ass off. Twin says exactly. No, no. Yeah, for real, Mac 285. See, y'all, I'm talking about shit that I lived through, that I've witnessed. Now, this shit that you got out here with this fake news, this AI shit, you know what I'm
You and Sister Prosperity on the game. You and Sister Prosperity are on the same page.
Yeah. Now
I'm married to one, and she said that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, could you be more specific, Sister Prosperity?
What you're talking about, Sabaka? She's
okay. All right. Okay.
She said,
all right. Now, also too. No wonder my parents didn't want us near the music industry. Right, Twin?
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey, Twin, I grew up in Los Angeles, man. The motherfuckers was a mess in the 70s, okay? Mm-hmm. They was a mess. Yeah, so I'm back from the day, like exactly.
2000s and more recently, it's just gone from bad to worse.
Oh, hell yeah, man. It's gone really twisted. I mean, yeah, Twin, and it is a damn shame, man. And particularly when you witness, like I did over the course of my lifetime, to see how this stuff has eroded. It brings tears to my eyes. You see what I mean? Right. It brings tears to my eyes. And this is why, you know, they got all our young men, you know, as we had covered, I believe, a couple of years ago, Brother Che, I was going through some notes, you know, the school to prison pipeline. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, so this next clip, Shabaka, is about the Isley brothers, 4 sad deaths and 2 surviving members.
Okay. So that would be
the Isley brothers, one of the most influential R&B groups in history, began their journey in the 1950s in Cincinnati, Ohio. The original trio, O'Kelly, Rudolph, and Ronald Isley, grew up singing gospel before transitioning to R&B. Their breakthrough hit Shout, 1959, became a timeless classic, followed by Twist and Shout in the 1960s. In the early 1970s, younger brothers Ernie and Marvin Isley, along with brother-in-law Chris Jasper, joined the group, expanding their sound with elements of funk and rock. This lineup produced some of their greatest hits, including That Lady, For the Love of You, and Between the Sheets, solidifying their place in music history. The group's smooth harmonies and innovative sound influenced artists across multiple genres.
That's the original ones.
Tragedy struck with the loss of several brothers. O'Kelly Isley died suddenly of a heart attack in 1986 at the age of 48. Marvin Isley, the group's bassist, battled diabetes, leading to the amputation of his legs before passing away in 2010 at 56. Rudolph Isley left the group in 1989 to become a minister and later passed away in October 2023 at 84. Despite these heartbreaking losses, the Isley brothers' legacy endures. Ronald and Ernie Isley continue to perform and record, ensuring the group's influence remains strong. Their impact on music has been recognized with a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction and continued admiration from artists across generations. Through their rise to fame, groundbreaking success, and personal hardships, the Isley brothers have remained a symbol of resilience and musical excellence, leaving behind a lasting legacy in the world of R&B, soul, and funk.
Like, what the hell was he wearing?
Man, I forgot what they
what's your final thoughts on?
Okay, my final thoughts
Chris
on that
Jasper.
day. Hey, yeah, you know, and may Mr. Jasper rest in peace. You know, they were the music of a generation, all through the civil rights era, all through the Black empowerment era that evolved off into the disco era. You see?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just a continuation of the genres that we already created, like blues, funk, rock, R&B, rhythm and blues.
Okay, well, actually, rock music was pretty much the generic troglodyte music that tried to imitate our music. And a classic case of this would be Casey and the Sunshine Band and the Average White Band.
That was later on, Shabaka. I'm talking about.
No, that's the mid-1970s.
I'm talking about before that, Shabaka. I'm talking about Ike Turner. I'm talking about Little Richard. I'm talking about Chuck Berry.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Fats Domino, Little Richard,
Fats Domino,
Chuck Berry, Fats Domino. Those are the ones that were in the 50s. And so then what had happened was you start having a lot of white groups, you know, try to imitate and take the genre.
Yeah, like the motherfucker that stole Big Mama Thornton's song, You Ain't Nothing But a
the Hound Dog. But then there was another sister, Rosetta Tharpe. And then you got to remember Rosetta Tharpe, who used to play the electric guitar.
Yep. And the Rolling Stones tried to steal that too.
Yeah, they did.
All them.
But keep in mind. Okay, now keep in mind the Rolling Stones. You know, they definitely.
Remember, that was Jackass music. That was supposed to. That was devil music. Anything that we created.
And don't forget jazz. Okay, now Mac 285. Jazz is definitely ours, okay? Because when you look at Dave Brubeck,
they're all ours. Every genre outside polka is ours.
Damn, outside polka. And then and Little Richard, I met Little Richard, and you know, he was in the bank talking shit. And he was stating to the world that Elvis Presley ain't shit. He also stated that himself and Chuck Berry are the ones that invented rock and roll. Now, I'm out here in Las Vegas about a year and a half ago. I see old Elvis up at the Las Vegas sign. I said, the Elvis imitator. I said, hey, Elvis, you know, let us get a picture. Oh, no. Now, Dave Brubeck told us jazz is black out of his mouth. Now, that is a fact. Yeah, Dave Brubeck twin, take 5.
Back then, they used to tell you where they got it.
Oh, yeah.
Back then, they was honest about where they got the music from, where they got the culture from.
Right.
This before punk ass Elvis Presley and all of them.
Man, fuck Elvis Presley.
No, you get an argument from me. But I'm just saying, like, these mugs, they credit was due.
Yeah. And let me finish this here. So I asked Elvis, the Elvis imitator, to take a picture, right? Okay. He tells me, no, right? Now, I go inside the MGM BET Hotel, which used to be the Las Vegas Hilton. Before that, it was the International Hotel where Elvis Presley used to perform at in the 1970s, right? All right. So, motherfucker come up to me talking about Elvis, right? I says, look, man, let me tell you something. You know this motherfucker stole black music, right? And you know what the white boy said? Elvis imitator. He says, sir, you're right. I says, You know, and I said, you have a nice day. You know what I mean? And walked on, you know. Now, Dave Brubeck was not Mac 285. Didn't Dave Brubeck and Miles Davis do some collaborations together?
Yeah, I think they did.
I think they did. We were part of the Dave Brubeck Institute. Okay, now let me ask you this here, twin. So did Brubeck and Miles ever do any work together? Because I do know that Miles, when he did, yeah, particularly on his "So What" song.
Oh yeah.
Bam, bam, bing, ding, boom, boom, bam, bam. Yeah. Because I know him, Coltrane, and Cannonball Adderley, they used to do some cuts together. But Miles Davis was a gas. Now get this here, people. When Miles Davis used to go in a concert, and if he thought the people wasn't into his music, he'll walk off the goddamn stage and still get paid.
Yeah, it was the rhythm that attracted other cultures, yeah. But they stopped giving credit where credit was due.
Yeah, okay.
They said that was devil music, and that it was with the jazz, it was Reefer Madness. Oh, the jazz is demonic. Oh, that's that jackass music, and then here comes what's his damn name? Kenny G. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, Kenny Gorlick. Yeah. It was the rhythm that attracted other cultures. Well, prosperity. The other cultures have no rhythm, man.
You're right, right. But she's saying that was the draw to them. Like this is why they
okay, Mac 285. Okay, Mac 285 says yes, we actually met him. Okay, Mac, I don't doubt you. You'll be surprised who I met.
And he said no, Dave was West Coast jazz. So you had different types of jazz.
So that tells me if he was West Coast jazz, that tells me that he was only out of one place, San Francisco. Yeah, well, anytime you're talking about West Coast jazz, you're talking about San Francisco.
Wasn't San Francisco known as the Harlem of the West at one time?
Yeah, that in Oakland.
Yep. Sister Prosperity says she knows that that why it was attracting them was the rhythm.
Yeah, well, see, they have no rhythm. You see what I'm saying?
She's saying she knows they have no rhythm, but the way that we was moving and the way we were shaking, it attracted them. So they were like, "Oh, I could try to get down with this, even though my parents don't approve of it."
Right. Now, also, too, you know what else Miles Davis used to do in his spare time?
Didn't he used to rap, too? He was rapping, too.
Nope.
What did he used to do?
He used to box. He used to box. Oh, yeah,
that's right. He was a boxer.
Yeah. Because, see, with the scientific principles of it, it's still a rhythm. You see?
Yep. Well, look at Muhammad Ali. He was rapping.
Yeah.
He was rapping. Yeah. He was beating motherfuckers up.
I mean, man, now, see, that's the cold part about Ali. Here's a dude reciting poetry about whooping your ass and then goes whoops your ass.
Yep.
And recite a poem. That's incredible.
So he went to Blaine College.
Blaine College. Okay, I've heard of Blaine College. Okay, Mac 285, ain't that their private school? Yep, also too, I've heard of University of the Pacific. It's up in the Bay Area. It's a private school. It's near SF. Mm-hmm. Yes,
All right,
sir.
so is this your final thoughts on Chris Jasper?
Yeah, may rest in power, you know, and then of course our condolences go out there to the Isley family on his passing.
He's from he said that school is in Stockton.
Okay, he's right. You know what, twin? You're right. I passed right by it. University of the Pacific. It is in Stockton, California. Yes, sir. I did pass right by it. I sure did. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, so R.I.P. Jasper, your music will definitely live on. And 73 is too young to be transitioning, but you had a long battle with pancreatic cancer and you lost.
So the brothers in peace now, man. Lost both parents to cancer, man. It's nothing nice.
Right. Well, I lost my grandfather 2 years ago to cancer.
Yeah, it's nothing nice. You know? I'm surprised I lived as long as I did.
Well, yeah. Did you have cancer, though?
No, both parents died of cancer.
Oh, yeah. So it runs in the family. Yeah, it runs in my family, too.
Mm-hmm. But keep in mind, I think cancer, in my opinion, you know, side effects from GMOs, radiation, you know, stupid motherfuckers, you know, just like what Dr. Ken Adams had said. And whatever happened to Dr. Ken Adams, you know, about the GMOs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Shabaka. Like what happened to Dr. Sebi. I don't know if he's still alive, Shabaka. I think he went missing. If I'm not mistaken. Man. Just like all those holistic doctors that came up dead in 2016. They don't want you. They don't want no cure.
No, man, because they're making too much money off of it. And just like that damn CEO said of Pfizer, our main concern is to our stockholders.
Yep, many foods.
Yeah, prosperity, many foods with chemicals in it today. Mm-hmm.
Yep, Dr. Sebi, yep. R.I.P. to Dr. Sebi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think our sister Rashida Struber knew him.
Yes, she did. Rashida Struber did know him.
Yeah.
She met him.
Yeah, and I'm scared of Rashida Struber. That woman was in her mid-40s running 10 miles a day. I'm scared of her.
Right? Yeah, she be doing the marathons.
Yeah, she be doing the marathons. And the cold part about it is when she does her live feed, she's out there putting in her road work and is not even breathing hard.
Mm-hmm. That's because she probably don't smoke anything. That's probably why.
No, she don't mess with me. She don't mess with nothing.
Yep, shout out to Receiver Shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You know exactly what we talking about, twin. You spelled her name correctly.
Yeah, and the cold part about it is I missed her and Palmetto Star by one day out here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, shout out to Palmetto.
Yeah, prosperity. They are foods that can prevent and cure. That's why we got to grow our own food. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
That's why we got to do our own agriculture.
That's why they killed Dr. Sebi, and then Dr. Layla Africa mysteriously died in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Palmetto, twin.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had Palmetto on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced before, and we've also been on his show as well, too.
Yep. He said that's his dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right,
so definitely shout out there to Palmetto and Rashida Stroker, you know?
Yes, sir.
And what happened.
Moving on, Shabaka, unless maybe said something like that. Okay.
So the sister was killed in a car crash, huh?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, then they need to go check that vehicle.
video that I just clicked on. Some chick was talking about this is false, but there's all kinds of videos saying otherwise. So now
No, she's dead. No, she's dead because I was on there earlier with Dynamite, and he announced it. You know what I'm saying? And he's off into the music, so he would know. You see, that's one thing.
That's what all the reports are saying.
Yeah, but see, there's one thing though. If a person's off in the music, of course they're gonna keep up with the music world. If a person's off in the sports, of course they're gonna keep up with the sports world. If a person is off in the science and technology, of course they're gonna keep up with that. You see what I mean? And then Zelensky, Dump made Zelensky look like a straight bust.
God damn it, Rock. We already talked about him. Yep. So moving along.
Man, I might be taking too many meds, you know.
Angie,
fucked up the other night. You saw me in the hospital bed, man. Yeah, pharmaceuticals is making trillions prosperity. And what I do is that I ain't, you know, I always drink that Simply Lime lime juice. It's all natural. Yeah, Mac 285. You will get no argument from me, sir. You know.
The big rig hit her Splinter van. Yeah, that's what they said.
Whoa. A big rig hit her van?
Yep. I got the footage of it. The after footage of it, actually.
Okay, now Prosperity says she left a final video talking about how the devil was trying to take her out.
Oh, wow. Let's see if we can find that video. I want to hear that one.
I believe it.
It's like Sonya Massey when Sonya Massey said I would beat the
Okay, Prosperity. How long did she was killed that she had left the video out?
It was her daughter that broke the story. She was the only one in
that vehicle passed. And who was driving?
She'll send a link.
Okay. Okay.
Go to the actual page.
Okay, she knew her death. Her Instagram was very interesting. And you know who owns this? The Instagram people.
Insta scam.
Yeah. Just look at 3 words, 3 letters. FBI. Bam, 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 bam. Dan, 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 dan. You go right past Menlo Park, you passing Facebook and Instagram, looks like a military installation.
That's what's going on. You're getting worked on.
Yeah, barbed wire and everything. And me personally, I think they started building that damn place in the late 70s.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Prosperity. Let's see. She says she'll send a link. Her family on hands.
Well, hopefully they will win billions.
Yeah.
You know, the alien with the B on it. Yeah.
Jesus. All right, go ahead, Lady Che. What did you have to say?
I said, I truly believe in my heart that Black people are the only ones that can see the devil.
Yeah, I would not doubt that.
I really truly believe it in my heart. Because I've been to enough knowing my lifetime that I have seen the devil. And I honestly believe we're the only ones that can see the devil. I've never seen any other race of people can rebuke Satan as much as us because we see it. We know. And I ain't lying. I'm 45 years old. I'm telling you,
In a month, yes.
I have seen the devil. I seen it in my own crib. Remember that time?
Mm-hmm.
So, and it don't come in my house. I don't like the devil. But I believe honestly and truly, if the sister said she saw the devil, she saw the devil.
Yeah. Twin is agreeing with you. That fast lady Che. All right, so Angie Stone, a Grammy-winning singer, Angie Stone, mother and queen of Neo-Soul, was killed in a car crash in Alabama. Shabaka. Well, frog face.
Yeah, well, state of frog face.
She was on her way to Georgia, the Peach State, on her way to Atlanta, and a semi truck ended up running into her and killing her. Well, running into her van that she was in and killing her. And I guess the other passengers survived.
Yeah. Wow.
Sister Prosperity in that forehand, she was saying that the devil or someone was out to get her or something, trying to kill her. And,
probably.
So this sister on the screen gonna give us a quick update. This is a real quick clip.
All right.
I got like 2 or 3 clips to play.
Oh boy.
Angie Stone was killed in a car crash this morning in Montgomery, Alabama. Her representatives say Stone had just performed there last night and was heading to Atlanta at the time of that crash. We're told there were 9 other people in the vehicle, but she was the only person who died. Stone was known for being a member of the hip-hop group The Sequence, which rose to fame with their 1979 hit Funk You Up. Rolling Stone described it as the first rap hit performed by women. She also has some memorable songs as a solo artist. Stone was 63 years old.
Damn, she was younger than me.
Welcome to WSFA 12 News. I'm Monet Stevens. We start now with some breaking news. Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Angie Stone has died in a car accident in Montgomery County. A spokesperson with her team has confirmed this with WSFA 12 News. Joining us live now is our reporter Simon Schuster. And Simon, you spoke with Stone's publicist. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Monet. Stone's publicist, Deborah Champagne, tells me the singer was leaving a performance when the crash happened. According to the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, it was on I-65 around 7 a.m. This is a look at the scene about 2 miles south of Hope Hall. According to Champagne, the singer was supposed to meet her in Maryland today for a performance at the CIAA basketball tournament. She had just performed last night at the 2025 Grand Mobile. That's according to the Mobile Area Mardi Gras Association. Stone's publicist remembered her as an honest, talented person that left a big impact on the music industry.
Her songwriting skills were second to none, literally. She wrote a lot of songs for Sugar Hill Gang later that she never got credit for. And but she was just an incredible talent. I mean, when I say very smart, she was just a very, very smart woman.
Remember the sequence about
the crash did block the left northbound
If I
lane
hear
and the
it.
left southbound lane, but Aaliyah troopers declared all lanes open and the scene clear at 11 a.m. today. I'm told that multiple people were also in the van you saw in his pictures, but the singer was the only person to have died. Nothing further is available at this time, and Aaliyah troopers continue to investigate the incident.
Simon, thank you.
Who
Stone
was
rose to
driving?
fame as a member of The Sequence, a pioneering female rap group. She was only 63 years old.
Whoever
WSFA
was
has
doing
reached
the
out to
driving
Alabama
is
law
probably hit
enforcement
with a
agencies.
manslaughter case.
A semi truck ran into them.
R&B singer Angie Stone has died in a car crash. We're told she had just finished a concert in Mobile, Alabama Friday, heading to Atlanta when the van she was riding in crashed. It's still not clear why they crashed or how the other people in the van are doing. The Grammy-nominated artist was known for songs like Wish I Didn't Miss You and No More Rain. She was also a member of the female hip-hop trio The Sequence. Angie Stone was 63 years old.
Damn.
So this next video is from
Fuck
TMZ.
TMZ. You told me where I was at TMZ. What did you tell me, Brother Che? Get the hell away from TMZ when I was in Hollywood.
Yep. So this is the footage of the aftermath of the wreck.
Damn.
It's the spot yet.
Is crew in the building? No, he hasn't hit the spot yet. If he's here, he hasn't said anything.
Can you roll the clip?
I was not
rolling the clip.
Okay, my dad was 63 when he died.
Not that long.
Yeah, Mac 285, condolences to you. My dad was only 50 when he died.
Oh, wow.
And I'm
that's too young.
How old am I again, Brother Che?
You're 65.
65? Oh, okay. Damn meds. Oh boy.
Oh, this is the song. This is the first political rap song.
If you want to know the truth, and that's a fact, let me hear you say, and you know that. And you know that. You dibby guys are so I want to make the Black Nation rise. While you party down, y'all shut the house. Get down, shut the house. Do what's planned is on the loose. Training their kids in machine gun use. Okay, everything has place and time. We can rock the house. Shock the mind. Look at all the things that the food reports.
Lisa Lopez is the only one who died in a car accident as well.
That's our boy's house.
Yeah, now let me ask you this.
That's was dating. She burned his house down. Cheating or something.
Damn.
So, Matt 5 seconds. Okay, let's say he was cheating.
Well, if I get back out here on this road, I'm gonna be calling motherfuckers up, letting them know where I'm at. And if I die in jail, I did not commit suicide.
Right. So yeah, that was the.
I've heard you again.
Oh my God.
How you gonna front? I did it. I beat a bitch in the street. I did it.
It's that ratchet type behavior. All right.
Whatever.
So.
I love the way I love. God damn it. Let's talk about now.
Well, man, 285, as you know, a lot of times, you know, when the singers die, the record sales spike. Look at Michael Jackson's album Thriller. That motherfucker's still selling to this day, and he made that back in 1982.
That's the biggest selling album of all time, Shabaka. There's nothing that's ever gonna
still selling.
Biggest selling record of all time.
Yeah.
All right, Shabaka. So, what are your thoughts on Angie Stone passing away tragically?
Okay. Well. My first question is, who was driving? Okay. Was there drinking involved? I mean, these are common questions. Okay. Was drinking involved? Was she tired? Did the individuals traveling with her?
She wasn't driving. She was in the past. She was one of the passengers in the van. It was like I don't want to say like a 10-person van. Like she's the only one that died.
Yeah.
Like Sister Prosperity was saying that she did a video or something right beforehand. Yeah,
right.
To Be Real was my song. But yeah, they have remade it into a rap song. That was the first political rap song. Sister Prosperity.
Then there was Eric B. and Rakim.
Shabaka, that was 10 years later. This was in 1979, 1980.
Let me see. Now, hold on. Let me turn back the pages in my memory here. In 1979, I was 20.
Yep. So this song, that the record on your screen came out when he was 22 or 21. Okay. When he turned 21.
All right, that would be 1980.
Yep. That's when that came out.
Yeah. Condolences.
To your brother, to your family, to your dad, I think he's saying. My dad was
yeah, thank you, Matt 285. Thank you, yeah. Thank you.
Sister Prosperity said "To Be Real" was her song. I believe it. I actually believe it.
Okay. Now, I remember there was a song by a woman named Cheryl Lynn called Star Love that was out at that time.
Yeah. And then Michael Jackson is still the most popular artist today. 3.4 billion fans. Yep.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was kind of like the Muhammad Ali when it came to the music world. Everywhere he went, people are getting out the car to go see him. Blocking traffic and all that old type of stuff.
His funeral was like, how many blocks long?
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite a bit.
All right. So RIP to Angie Stone, the godmother, the mother and the queen of Neo-Soul.
The Black Pearl is gone.
Yeah, the Black Pearl is gone. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
Man, okay, so like you saying the Black Pearl is gone. What does that mean? I would put it this way. I love when I was I love to sing. And I started off singing in choir, I in school, I sang at home. I love to sing, and it made me feel good inside. And I had my favorites. I had Jody Watley, In Vogue. I had SWB. I had
Sisters with Voices.
Phoebe and Cece Whining.
Yep.
I took it to the gospel when I'm feeling low. Mahalia bring me back. You know what I mean? I
Mahalia Jackson.
And like the soul in my body is so old, but God damn it, the Black Pearl is gone. And I remember when she said she called herself that. You gotta think long and hard, long time ago.
You remember the sequence?
Longer than that. Like, look, Angie Stone wore her hair out.
Yep.
She was a thick, dark, beautiful woman.
She was.
Right? And she sung her ass off. And she never got all the recognition that she deserved. She sung her ass off. To tell you, I was a little girl, like 15, 16, 20 years old. Like when I was singing my ass off to Angie Stone, Magic Black.
Oh, we're doing it.
Yeah, I heard that you wanted some nog on it, or not
From
need anything for pain as well.
Yeah, he was.
The oxycodone. Okay.
Angie Stone.
Jody.
Yeah, I remember Jody Watley.
Yeah, I was like, oh, man, I had, look, a Jody Watley, Paula Abdul, right? Because I thought I had hair like Jody Watley.
I remember when Paula Abdul used to be a cheerleader for the Lakers.
Yes. I was light skinned, but I had hair like Jody Watley. And I was like, man, my hair was so long and curly and pretty. And I thought I was Jody Watley for a little bit. And you ask my brother tell you, we were singing in my daddy's house. And in my room, the only house, had these octaves where the wood was coming out. And my room is the only room you could sing in the house. And father would catch me and my brother, because me and my brother, he's younger, Ziggy be my dance crew, and I would be singing. It was like little dance team. You know what I mean? He was back up there.
Yeah, I remember Howard Hewitt.
Yeah.
And I was singing I was pretending on my brush. And I thought I was Jody Watley, goddammit. And I thought I was gonna grow up and be just like Jody Watley, fine as hell, with my long ass hair. Right?
Yeah.
Everybody hated on the damn hair. I was like, shh, Jody Watley was so pretty. But
Oh
Angie
my
Stone,
God. He
Angie
said
Stone.
Shalimar, how do you say it?
Shalimar.
Shalimar.
Shalimar got a new
I
picture.
remember them.
Eddie Murphy's brother.
Hey, Mac 285 ain't they the group where the lady was talking about meet her in the ladies' room?
Yeah. The ladies' room.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right, brother Che, you remember when I was at a Taste of Soul and you saw my live feed? Yeah, so that was Shalimar that was up there with the ladies' room.
Like Angie Stone.
And Lakeside was up there too.
Good and effed up.
Look, check it out. The doll, the seduction doll, is built like Angie Stone.
Yeah.
Okay? All proportionate. Right? Everything balanced out. Except for the damn hernia. Yeah. But now it's gone. But the doll, this fair-skinned, soulful individual, has built like a damn Angie Stone. And Angie Stone was one of the prettiest dark-skinned sisters you could ever see. And she did a video. It was I forgot what the name of the song was. It's been so long since I've seen the video. She had a chip joint, and it's all musty and hot in there. And she's singing her ass off.
Oh, that was
hair is out. She had beautiful, thick hair out. I don't care what you say. That lady was always put together. She had, I was like, oh, little fair-skinned Angie stuff. She had like a little thick-ass body. Man, I was like, that lady was so beautiful.
Yes, she was.
And she sang so good.
Yes, she
so
did.
For the ladies that like music, like Neo-Soul, R&B, and they sing their ass off, they grieving in this loss. This is a loss. Like, oh man, you can't take any more from us this year. You take one of the Isley brothers.
You take Roberta Flack.
And Roberta Flack.
Yep.
Like, and Neely Fuller. I mean, what are you doing? You're taking all of our greats.
Mm-hmm.
I'm emotional, man. Thank you.
Lady Che, Roberta Flack was 88 years old.
Yeah. She lived a good life, Shabaka. She lived a long life.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And there are a few different versions
of the Shalimar band.
Yeah, they had got new members or got rid of some of the old members and acquired new members.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah, that's that music world out of Los Angeles down there, and all that shit's owned by Universal Music Group.
Yeah.
Look at Lil Wayne. Fucked off.
All right, so rest in power to Angie Stone. You're definitely gone, but not forgotten. Yep. Music, your legacy and everything will live on through your music.
Yeah, and condolences to her family.
Made the only song that claimed her love for black men. You're right, yeah, brother.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I might actually play it, Shabaka. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
All right.
But man, you know, we love the brothers. I just blame us for everything. But we love y'all. Y'all deserve us.
Fair use, fair use. I do not own the rights to this music. I do not own the rights to this music. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Let me put it on the screen so they don't start with that bullshit.
Yeah, so you're doing news reporting and teaching.
Yep. And commentary, teaching, scholarship, and research. Under copyright disclaimer. Yeah, man, keep zooming in. I hate when it does that shit.
Yeah, Section 107 of the Copyright Act outlaws the fair use of copyrighted material for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research.
The screen pulled up.
Good.
There, and she was shouting out us brothers and how much she loved us. So shout out to her.
How come I didn't see no pictures of the X-Man up there?
You didn't see X-Men up there? You didn't see Muhammad Ali up there, Shabaki?
No, sir. I didn't see neither one of them.
They were all up there, Shabaka. I'm not going to replay the video. You don't have to watch it on your free time. But all of them were in the video. Like, she had pictures of all historical black figures that have been a strong image for black masculinity, black manhood. So I don't know how you didn't see that, but you showed Muhammad Ali in
probably
there.
These damn meds. This is what happens when you get old, folks.
Yeah, I think she did a good job.
Blame it on the meds. Remember that song, Blame It on the Rain?
Oh yeah, not that 2008 sample version. Yeah, like the woman's shirt. Yeah.
Prosperity, you're right. Now, Prosperity, let me ask you a question, man. Okay, from the woman's perspective.
No, Shelly was with us.
How do
Angie
you?
Stone with us?
No.
That's your all's generation. Okay, but Prosperity, how do you feel as a black woman?
Yeah, exactly. Max 25 said Muhammad Ali was up there.
Well, shit, this is what happens when you get old. Shit, you know, you start missing shit. They were all up there? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Probably damn meds again.
Don't blame it on the meds, about to say. Instead of
don't blame it on the meds.
Yeah.
Damn.
He said, what? Oh, he was asking. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the internet. I think it's acting stupid in this hospital. He said, I think that was buffering, Jesse. The video was buffering. That's possible.
Okay. Prosperity what was the question?
Oh, was Muhammad Ali in the? He said that he didn't see Muhammad Ali or Malcolm X in the video. He was asking where was Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. That was the question. I said they were in there. How did you not miss it? Oh, she was with D'Angelo. That's yeah, she was with D'Angelo. Oh, she was asking if Angie Stone was with Usher.
You're Usher said don't leave your girl around.
Oh my God, 2Play for real. That was off that situation.
She has a kid with him. Well, that sounds like some damn
she does.
paternity court. They've been in paternity court yet? Y'all ever watch paternity court?
Yes.
I got down with Judge Mathis earlier, and that did that.
No, I'll take a case. I'll take a case before Judge Mathis. 3 motherfuckers who I ain't taking a case before. One is I ain't taking a case before the judge on paternity court. Damn sure ain't taking one from Sambo Joe Brown. Judge Judy is totally, absolutely, and completely out of the question. But I take a case before Mathis. I'll take a case before Glenda Hatchett.
Okay,
and he was tap shooing for Kamala.
We might get a divorce.
Who was tap shooting for Kamala?
Judge Mathis.
Prosperity. What state are you located in? Who are you referring to?
Illinois. Oh, I was asking you, Shabaki. Oh, we're in Colorado.
I'm in Sin City.
Shabaka's in Nevada.
I'm in Nevada. Out here by Sin City. Actually in Sin City.
I like Judge Mathis because he's silly. I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Anybody that makes you laugh, it don't matter how much coon and tap showing they doing. As long as it make you laugh, they like it.
Look it. Like seriously.
Where's the principle?
Stop it.
If they're raccoons.
Stop. Listen. It raccoons. Take more out of your spirit to be angry, and it takes less.
Prosperity is West Coast. No, Prosperity, Nevada's in the middle of the desert. The only water they got around here is the water we steal from the Colorado River called Lake Mead.
Shabaka, she's saying you're on the west. Meaning you're
no,
on
not
the
West Coast. I'm in the West, but not on the West Coast. The coast is the water.
Shabaka, the West Coast, the West starts in Colorado. The further west you get, the closer you get to the West Coast. So she off of where she's at, because she's in Chicago. She's off
the Great Lakes.
Yes, Shabaka, that's Midwest. She's talking about the West. You're west, like close to the West Coast, like right next door to the West Coast.
Yeah, California is only 46 miles away. Oh, she said she's in Chi-Town, okay? The CHI, yeah, I'm familiar with that. I was born in the CHI.
When I seen her in the comments, I said, Shabaka, I said, shout out to Sister Prosperity from Chicago Turns Red. This is sister that she's part of the group that's been giving Brandon Johnson all that hell out there in Chicago.
Shabaka, you would think you know, considering we do the show every fucking week.
So remember I was talking about Brandon Johnson? Yeah.
Okay, well, Prosperity is Brandon Johnson in handcuffs. Is his ass down there in Statesville yet?
About to go. They're about to lock his ass up. You know he got a hearing on the 5th, right, Shabaka? That's in 3 days.
Then he should be in custody in the Cook County Jail then.
Johnston, Michelle Wu of Boston, and him. It's like 4 of them that's got to go before the Senate hearing.
Okay. Are they in custody? Are they got on their county blues? They're in a jail cell?
They lowering up. They're lowering up. They got their lawyer fees up.
All right. But why is it every time that I had a case against me, I had to go to jail?
Because you didn't have no representation.
Oh, yeah, they did give me a prison delivery, yeah.
Yeah, you had
them damn kangaroo courts of LA County. We hoping.
Yeah, we hoping to go to jail, yeah. I'm so sick of Brandon Johnson.
And put him there in the Cook County Jail, Prosperity. Have him walk the concrete and have him take his chances like everybody else. And don't let him PC up.
Can I talk to you?
I would think it can happen to him in jail. Don't people realize that your life is in jeopardy anytime you go to jail? Look what happened to our brother there, man, in New York. I'm not on any of them teams, but started the red shirt ideas to piss him off. Okay.
The closer I am to you, the worse the signal gets. Okay. Go ahead, Lady Che. Lady Che wanted to talk to Sister for Harry real quick.
Without interruption. All right, check it out. Sister, our mayor here in Denver is just like your shitty ass mayor over there in Chicago, right? And our mayor had to get a lawyer. So the only reason you need a lawyer is when you fucking up and doing the shit that we are accusing them of doing, right? I find it quite hilarious that they spent, the city of Denver spent $2 million to retain a $1,000 an hour attorney for this bitch ass mayor we got that literally stole my intellectual property and ran off with it. This old white boy swooping when Jesse was running for mayor. Like, this is a big thing. This has been going on with us for like a minute, right? But I find it highly suspicious that you have to get a lawyer to represent you to go to Congress to answer for your fuckery with these illegal immigrants, right? Invading our area. So when it gets to that point, has your mayor lawyered up yet? Has he answered the call? Because they say it's optionary. However, I think it's mandatory. And I went to a point of making, not even call me 50 Cent. I got 21 questions about how our mayor can put us, meaning black folk in Denver, like on the back burner and go ahead and welcome everybody in the goddamn mama and give them everything better than we ever had. Like, we gotta fight, struggle. Everything is like amount of paperwork for SNAP, EBT.
Well, Lady Che, that's what they call bureaucracy.
Baca, let Lady Che finish. She's going.
You got the white devil and a Dutch devil in there now wreaking havoc all over the area. So I want to know, has it got to that point? Because that is serious shit. And I find it like, you only need a lawyer when you're guilty. Real shit. Mm-hmm. Don't roll your eyes. This is a real situation. Our mayor got a retained lawyer.
Yep.
So I say that because I'm like, you fighting down there just like Jesse fight at city council. Mm-hmm. And I try to get on the Zoom, and you see how they shadow ban me now. So
yeah,
I'm like, I'm not going to show up now. But you see how it's going down. It's no different. Your situation is worse, I think, because you have a black mayor doing coherent benign neglect. And he's like alive, well knowing that he is not a good ass mayor. And y'all be telling him to get his ass out of there. For sure. And I was full support. We got a white ass mayor, and that white ass mayor is the same shit word up. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just talking now. Go ahead. Jesse rolled his eyes and he like wants to see it.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get to her comments. She said, I'm not on any of the teams, but started the red shirt ideas to piss him off. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
She said, I'm a long-time conservative for decades. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
A conservative? Wait a minute, Prosperity.
Yeah,
you in Chi-Town and you a conservative?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Baby, it's all right. My brother's a conservative.
Yep.
We are conservative people.
Not everybody's a damn Democrat, Shabaka.
Damn.
I ain't no Democrat, man. Shit, no. That's why I said fuck vote.
No, I'm saying not everybody is a Democrat.
Conservative means
There's
conservative
some people
with your
conservative, there's independents like me and my Lady
financial
Che.
responsibility.
No, third party candidates, okay. They need more third party candidates.
Yeah,
Yeah. Third party, yeah.
it don't matter, baby. I get it.
She
I get
said
it.
they are taught to obtain lawyers to avoid being incriminated by saying the wrong things.
Okay, but prosperity, everybody in that courtroom in these kangaroo courts is a lawyer. The judge is a lawyer. The prostituter is a lawyer.
No, he's going to Congress. He's not going to your regular courtroom.
Congressional hearing.
He's going to Congress, congressional hearing on the 5th, along with Arthur, the mayor of Boston,
did you find
and Eric Adams.
Did you find it suspicious?
And you might as well throw the mayor criminal ass in there too. What's her name? Shang Ting Joe or whatever.
She got. Did they remove her?
Listen.
Go ahead, lady. Say.
Shabaka. Hold on, Shabaka. Just give me 2 seconds. What I'm trying to say is, sister, did you not find it suspicious? It was Eric Adams, Johnson, and Johnson. It was like the bad against. We going to the White House. We want this and we want that, and advocating for the illegal aliens. Yeah. Then all of a sudden, Eric Adams comes under fire, and they broke ranks, and now they're not even boys no more. The bromance broke up.
They weren't even boys to begin with.
No, but it was kind of tight with it. It was on each other. I support blah blah blah. And homie got in there, got in that ass, and then all of a sudden, the bromance broke up. Yeah, I'm the only one paying attention. All right, I accept that. So what I'm saying is, Eric Adams decided to save his own ass. So he broke camp, kissed ass of Trump. Now you got Johnston and Johnson.
He kissed ass, or he just got tired of dealing with the Democrats? Which one was it? I think he got tired of dealing with the Democrats because he went to Biden 3 times, and he got denied all 3 times. After Biden was like tell him come on in.
A contentious woman show. So I'm gonna opt out to not answer this question. Only for the simple fact that I think we're watching the news, and if we're watching it together, you're on some other.
I don't know how you're not getting this. Like we literally have covered this on this platform numerous times.
So that's why it bothers me. It's your lost in the sauce.
I'm not lost in the sauce. You're the one that's lost in the sauce.
No, I'm not.
I'm not lost in the sauce.
Let's argue. Maybe it's a profession. Let it go. I'm wrong. I have to eat that. So, moving on. I just wanted to know, Sister Prosperity, Mayor Johnson get a lawyer? Question mark.
She said, that's right. He said a lot of judges are at least
experienced in law.
Least experience.
Okay, you have to bring law cases before them in court. Well, Prosperity, aren't they all cases?
No, this is a inquiry because he did wrong. Like, they literally flooded our area.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're violating federal law,
What they're
Shabaka.
facing.
So it's not
Okay.
It's like going to court in a federal courthouse, but
Right.
it's even bigger than that because they're going to the Senate.
Right.
They're going to the Congress, the Congress.
To the Congress.
What I'm trying to say
And then the
is
U.S. Attorney General's office is the prosecutors. Okay.
Yeah, so Pam Bondi.
Because they're in an official election position. And you get that part. But I find it suspicious.
She said they have lawyers with him at all meetings.
They didn't happen at first. So they went and, like, if you look at our newspaper, whatever, they just acquired it because they just approved 2 racks.
Yep.
2 million for this
To start.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So normally, he was just free balling it, doing whatever. But I wanted to know because y'all are really going through the same thing we're going through.
Yeah.
Except I think it's a little bit worse.
They have more illegal too.
And it's more offensive.
I mean, the sisters from what's it called? Chicago Flips Red were on Black Alpha Network on Tuesday.
I get that part, but that's not.
And they said they had over 70,000 illegal immigrants dropped off.
Yeah, it's not another.
In Chicago.
She understands what I'm talking about because we had over 44,000.
Yep.
Dropped off in like 2 weeks.
And Denver's a lot smaller than Chicago.
But that's neither here nor there. The fact is that
Chicago the second city, population-wise, after New York.
Beside us,
Yeah.
anything. So, like, when I'm telling you,
it goes New York, LA, and then Chicago. Go ahead.
this is one thing. When I'm telling you that there's better apartments out there, is because, oh boy, housed all the Venezuelans in the nice apartments that me and you, legal Americans, born and raised, I was born in California, born and raised, right, from the soil, cannot get.
Yeah.
That was my point of all of that. But to say what I was asking the sister, because Congress want their ads.
She said they are tax citizens, pay lawyers.
Okay, like public defenders. Okay, like public defenders. Because I think on a couple of cases I got hit with, I fired the damn public pretender and represented myself and beat the fucking rap, but they were misdemeanors though.
Yeah.
Thank you, sister. Carry on with the show. Carry on. I think.
Well, in these public indoctrination centers, not all of them are Republicans. Oh, I hear you, Prosperity. Now, let me ask you this here, Prosperity. Do you vote Democrat, Prosperity, if I may ask?
No, she's a Republican. She just says she's conservative.
Oh, okay, so that's Republican. Okay, I'm not mad at the sister. Okay. All righty, not at all. And Illinois had 8 governors go to prison.
Yes, yep. Well, Chicago's been blue since 1931, 32.
I like the change up.
Yeah.
Badass. Give them help.
Yeah, she says she votes.
Well, they got certain traditions in Chicago. After all, the home. Okay, you vote Republican in policies. Okay, sister, I ain't mad at you. You know, damn Democrats ain't shit anyway.
I approve. Oh, I believe in it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna move us to the next topic. We've been on this for too long.
All right, and this is gonna be my last topic. My back is killing me, y'all. Oh.
Damn it, Shabaka, you gonna miss all the good stuff.
That's good.
Oh, what we
Well,
got
this
next?
Becky Lover meets his end at the hands of his SNOWBUNNY.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So this is Becky that kicked him off the planet, right?
Okay, thank you for joining us, Sister Prosperity.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate you coming through. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to check that out later. That's the problem. We need to change badly, right? Yeah, that vote blue no matter who.
Yeah. That contributed a great deal to regression, you know. It really did, particularly for us educationally and economically.
Oh, did you email it to me the link? She says she sent it.
Okay, now, Sister Prosperity, what ideas do you have for us to change?
They're voting blue no matter who. She's talking about that needs to change.
Oh, yeah. Well, I agree with her on that. But, okay, that's on the political front. But also, too, what can we do on the economical front as well, too?
Yeah, that too.
And Prosperity, is it true that Time Magazine owns Johnson Publications? What used to be the Ebony down there, they used to be down there at 855 South Michigan Avenue.
I'm assuming so, Shabaka. But you're asking her, so let me see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm asking her to see if she's got an update on it. Because John Harold Johnson and Eunice Johnson, they've been dead at least 10 years. She says she sent.
Nurse.
Okay.
It's going to be a short brother, man. The most toxic black
She
man
says she
on the
doesn't
internet.
recall. Okay.
The brother who told you not to be on social media, degrading and tearing down your people, but you did it anyway, and now no one's there to come to your defense when you're killed by the other folks. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So a very interesting story has come across my news desk here. And it is a story of a black man named Telvin Osborne who was killed by his white girlfriend and baby mama, Hannah Cobb. So apparently what happened was they were out partying like they normally do. And they got home. They were both kind of drunk. Hannah Cobb claims all she was doing was cleaning off her guns, that she was just cleaning the guns. The gun went off and shot Telvin in the chest and killed him. All right. So this is another one of these accidental.
Any stupid motherfucker knows that you did take the ammo out of a gun before you clean
their
it.
black boyfriends. So we have a situation where, you know, this black man is dead, and of course his family, they want some investigation, and they want things to be looked into. Obviously, now the relative is dead, because originally this white woman, Hannah, was not charged with his death and his murder. They kind of labeled it as an accident, but you know, his family pushed for it and social media pushed for it, and now Hannah Cobbs is being charged, I believe, with manslaughter at this point. So we're going to see where that case goes as time goes on, because it's just really just getting started at this point. We'll see if the prosecution even keeps to the charges. We'll see if she does any type of real jail time, and we'll see where this goes as time goes on. All right. But let me just say this before I go on to the rest of this video. My condolences to Telvin's family.
Yeah, to us.
You know, it's got to be tough losing a loved one in this way. And I don't wish that on anybody.
Well, wait,
all right.
you hear what this?
Here's the caveat to all this. All right. And that is that Telvin Osborne was one of these black males that like to get on social media and degrade black people, black women. Okay. He was one of those type of Negroes. So just like Stephon Clark, remember him from way back in the day?
Yeah.
He had a baby with some Asian woman, and he would get on social media 24/7 talking bad about black women. And he was eventually murdered by the police.
Clark, Sacramento.
And no one wanted to come to his defense because
and then remember his
it was obvious he was a Sambo. Likewise, you have people like Christian Okumseli, who was with the white OnlyFans model.
That's the one,
Chloe.
Fans model.
And they got into an argument, and Chloe wound up killing him. And come to find out that he also would get on social media and attack black people and black women specifically. So now we got another one, another Negro, and like I said, his name is Telvin Osborne, but he went by the name of Telbo Rackins on social media. And if you go look up some of his posts, I mean, he just had one zinger after another of coonery and buffoonery when it comes to talking bad about black women. Okay.
When
and
you see me, I'm white. Damn.
The thing is, for me specifically, when I talk about these sorts of things, I need black men to understand this. Go ahead and be with whoever you want to be with, okay? Because obviously I can't stop you. Obviously I can't talk any sense to you when it comes to you choosing your mate and choosing to be with someone outside your race, okay? Go do that, all right? And if you're going to go do that and be as peaceful as you can be. But the problem comes in is when you do nonsense like that, and then you use that as your opportunity to tear down your own people. You use that as an opportunity to attack black women. That's a problem. Okay, that's a big problem. And I don't like it when Negroes do that. This goes for Negro males and females. Now, I'll say this. It seems to me anyway, when I do these types of videos about divester females who involve themselves in these types of relationships and they degrade their own people on social media, the divestors don't like that and they get those videos taken away or taken down. Because I just had one recently that was pulled down off of this channel and I had to transfer it over to Patreon. But you have these black males who do the same thing, and it seems like it's okay to call them out, but it's not okay to call out the females who do this type of stuff. But, as far as Telvin goes, or Telbo Rackins, as he calls himself on social media, I looked up his social media and I looked up a lot of the pictures and the things that he said. And this dude was disgusting, in my opinion. The things that he was saying about black people, because he did say some very degrading things about black women, but he seemed to have a problem with black people. Like, all his pictures was just like him with a bunch of white folks, or, it was him and his white girlfriend. And every time, he never missed an opportunity to, even if he was just taking a picture with his white girlfriend or his baby mama, he would go out of his way to degrade black women. You know what I mean? Like, and when you do stuff like that, you can't expect me to want to fight for you later on. When something bad happens to you, or, you wind up being the victim of the same women that you praised, you can't expect me to want to run to your defense.
Right.
All right. And I wouldn't expect any black people to run to his defense. Now, there's some people out here right now trying to make this story all about black women, trying to act like it's black women's fault that this Negro's dead. Like they're blaming black women in the fact that they looked up his social media and found out that what type of a bootlick and buck dancer he was and what type of a bed buck he was, right? So there's a lot of black women who are not coming to his aid, and there's some even laughing or making fun of what happened to him. Now, listen, I'm not going to be one of those people that I'm saying good for him or that I'm happy that he got killed. It's a tragedy that he got killed, but it's ironic that the woman that he praised so much, the woman that he put up on a pedestal, is the one that took his life, right? Because he spent a lot of time. I mean, a lot of time. Like when you got to think about this. Like when you go out of your way to attack Black women, like you would think that if you've left the Black community, right, and you got all white friends, and you got all white girlfriends, and you got a white baby mama, you would think that you would just stay over there, right? Like you would think that if it's so good and so great, you would just stay over there and be happy with that. But the fact that you will
remember the dude that came on to the show, it was the 3-piece or the other dude that was talking bad about sisters, and we said, hey man, ain't your mama Black? Ain't your sister Black?
Yeah. And that's when she came down on himself. Well, what do you got to say about all this here, Mr. Educated Man? Yeah, they gave him the business. But I told him he was doing it at his own risk, you know.
Mm-hmm. Who was that? Was that 3-piece? Who was that?
Yep.
He got up there talking
out of your way,
aka Crispy. He got that work. He got checked. He got checked by the sisters and the brother.
Yeah, and I went on and told him he was speaking for himself.
So this old Sambo here, Tailbow Rackins on Facebook. A couple of Black girls say they trying to shoot. They shot, bruh.
To attack Black people.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That makes it hard for anyone to even want to care what happens to you. See what I'm saying? And that shows you have a sickness. It's beyond self-hate at this point when you do stuff like this. This is why we get on a lot of these divestors and bedbugs, because of the mentality that you have, to where you would go out of your way to attack your own people like that, right? And like he said some egregious things. Like one of the worst things he said that everyone's passing around is that he would rather have sex with a dog than have sex with a Black woman. And
that's
a white dog, not a Black dog. He said that on social media, right?
That's animal
and
abuse.
He would say other things like, Black people need to get it together. And, he's thankful for his little blonde blessing, referring to his white girlfriend and baby mama. She must not have been that great because he didn't marry her yet, But he says, like, when people see me, I might have a ghetto name, but when they see me, let you know I'm really white.
Oh my!
Like saying stupid stuff like that. That shows, like I said, it wasn't just the fact that he had an issue with Black women. He had an issue with Black people and being Black himself. And he was one of these girls that like to, hang around in cowboy hats. Now listen, I live in the South too. I live in the South. I live around a lot of country folks. You're not gonna see me out here just because you're doing, you live in a certain area doesn't mean you have to be out here in a damn cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and running around with a dusty white female. Because this woman was dusty. This woman Hannah that wound up killing him, she was dusty. And that's the funny part. A lot of you Negroes do. You criticize Black women for all these different things, right? You call them ratchet. You hate that they wear tattoos. You don't like that they have children outside of wedlock. But then you'll go ahead and get a white woman who does the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? You talk so much mess about Black women and their shortcomings, but then you'll go get a white woman that has the exact same issues. They'll be baby mamas. They'll have tattoos on their body. They'll be ratchet. They'll be poor. They'll be ghetto acting. Like this woman has videos of herself in the club throwing dollars around or whatever, acting like a complete jackass. But it's okay because it's BECCY, right? And he was on his social media that he was a SNOWBUNNY lover and SNOWBUNNY forever. Saying ignorant stuff like that, basically trying to get a rise out of Black people and Black women. Well, now when your life has been taken away and there are, you know, there's a reason to do some investigation into what happened to you. Now you're depending on black women to help you because obviously his black female family members are the ones out here now trying to get some attention for his case, but they're not going to want to run to your defense and run to help you in this case because you spent so much time attacking black women. And I'll say this to family members like this, like if you're a family member of one of these types of Negroes, you need to talk to them. You might need to pull them to the side and say, hey, listen, you know, you can't be talking about your people like that. Like you can't be talking about us like that. Tell them that, you know, you don't, if you want our help or you want, you know, black people to ride for you later on, don't be talking about us like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You might need to do some sort like a excuse me, you might need to do like a coon intervention or something like that to stop these Negroes from doing that. Get the drop squad to get them or something, right? Because these fools, they basically wind burning down the bridges of all their support that they would get in this type of situation. Now, basically, no one cares. And in fact, there are people out there. The fact that, you know, he got this white female and he put her on a pedestal and said she was his everything. And she used to write little weird stuff to him too. Like there's a post where I guess he or she had made him lunch, and on his sandwich bag she wrote, "I love your penis." It's like little weird fetishized and stuff like that. So it's basically like he was like a fetish for her, right?
Dang.
And now she's taking his life. I wonder did he have like an insurance policy or something like that? Because you know this needs to be investigated to see what's going on. But he's definitely not going to get any support from the black community. And a lot of you black males who do this type of stuff, I be seeing you out there. I see you out on social media, on Facebook and Instagram, talking about how much you love white women and how white women are the best. Okay, Negro. Okay. Just be aware if something happens to you and your white woman is to blame for it. Don't expect black people to run to your defense.
Right.
All right. So you guys let me know how you feel about this in the comments section. And this is definitely a story that we will watch. We'll see how it goes in the legal circles as time goes on and see what the truth is as to why this man lost his life. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back with my foot on a devil's back.
All right, Shabaki, what's your thoughts on this?
Once
Becky
again,
Glover,
as I stated before over the years that you have witnessed, okay, it's a syndrome. Emmett Till, I mean, what happened with him, I mean, this shit just keeps going on and on and on. And then there's an old saying, it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave. It only takes 1 woman to put him there. And Becky will get you there on the express.
Yep. Becky did it herself.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the express. You know, she's not going to get hit with murder 1 or murder 2. They're going to go up there with some bullshit, and then she's going to walk.
My God, she better not walk. Remember they was trying to get old girl to walk, and then they seen that footage of her attacking old boy, and they locked her ass up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm Molly. All right. So that's your thoughts on that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, man, what can be said? I mean, all that there is self-explanatory, and as the commentator was saying right there, is boiled down to a hatred of self.
Yeah.
You see, and then too, he just supported my stance of why I stand on the square that I do. See.
Yeah, but that don't mean nothing. I mean, to you it might mean something, but in the grand scheme of things, it don't really mean nothing. Like I said, you can't go over to the African continent talking about I'm a diasporic African if you don't treat the same as an actual continental African. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, well, see, that's the neo-colonialism. I mean, you know, it's not gonna get solved overnight, brother Che. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna get solved overnight, but still, though, is that the how should I say the mores of his society, as a black man believing that you know he's better off, you know, with one of these Beccys as opposed to his own woman. You see, so this is why we've emphasized over the years that you've been a part of restructuring the black family unit. You see,
yeah,
and Becky's gonna walk. You see, Becky's gonna walk.
Oh my God. Not walk.
You know the Carolyn Bryant syndrome again, brother Che. You know that, man. Come on now.
Decades ago, it let her die in a nursing home.
Yeah, and then had to warn for her arrest, and then didn't have to warn for her arrest, man, sitting on the shelf for over 50 years.
They had it underneath the courthouse. In the basement of the courthouse, somebody dug it out, and they still wouldn't arrest that broad.
Damn, how convenient.
Talking about he's too old. I didn't have no problem arresting Bill Cosby though.
Yeah, exactly. And the man was practically blind, you know. And what's the latest on Bill Cosby? I haven't heard no updates on Bill Cosby.
He's out, Shabaki. He's been out for like 2 years now.
Yeah, I know that, but since then, since he got out, what's been going on with him?
I guess he's just been laying low. Tariq said he'd be corresponding with him, like he talked to Tariq on the phone. But outside of that, I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah, damn. Well, American ethos, you know what I'm saying? It's okay to go out here and kill a black person, you know what I'm saying? You know. And didn't we do some episodes on that there about the casual killing act?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so this is all what this is.
No, the casual killing act was for the white woman to beat your kids and get away with it, because you could get away with killing somebody if you were in the process of correcting them.
Oh, of correcting the slave.
Yep.
Okay. Boy, the history of this damn country. And then look at this crazy motherfucker who they reselected as the president. You know, damn. But, like I said, you know, if Trump is cutting reparations for us, man, you know, can't be too upset with him, although I think he's crazy. But if he's cutting a check for the reparations, he's the only one of these damn politicians that was making some sense. So what we have right there is what they would call a paradox, a contradiction that is true. Like, hey, just like what I used to argue with that old crazy ass Sarge about. Here we go about the hummingbird again. Say, mathematically, a hummingbird cannot fly, but yet it does. See, so there's your paradox, a contradiction that is true. Say, like Kamala Harris, she was a paradox, gonna fix greens in the bathtub. Oh, I ain't gonna do nothing specifically for black people, but then get up there and say, vote black for her.
Paradox, she was a goddamn tethered. And this is why all skin folk is not kinfolk. And just because you qualify for the auction block, don't make you one of us.
Well, that's why we created, Brother Che, the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. And we own the rights to that motherfucker. Yeah. Troll dudes.
All right, so the next topic is the Devil's Punchbowl. And then after that, it's the Zoot Riots. And then a Latin boxer that got that work for his racist ass stunt, where he sent a package of watermelon and bananas to
Oh,
a black.
yeah. Then the brother put the work in on his ass, and I think he stopped it badly.
And then Tiffany Henyard, the super mayor, lost her election by a landslide.
Oh, the mayor of Dolton, Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Yep, she lost badly.
Too bad I didn't bumping her in Las Vegas when she had all that money.
So yeah, so did you want to stay for the Devil's Punch Bowl or the rest of the topics, or did you have?
No, I'll stay for the Devil's Punch Bowl because that's a very, very significant topic. And as you know, Brother Che, you was on the podcast when we did that on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance a couple of years ago.
Yeah, so another raccoon bites the dust.
Who was?
Oh my God! What bad bucks learn? It don't pay to be with BECCY. BECCY is not. It's not all that at all.
My.
And you effed around and found out.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then you're gonna make all these disparaging comments on social media, or stupid ass posts on social media, and yep, you effed around and found out. I have no pity for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, you know? That's what happens.
Yeah. So the next topic is a Zoot. Not the Zoot. That's too soon. The Devil's Punch Bowl.
All right.
Shabaka, are you familiar with the Devil's Punch Bowl?
Yes, sir, I am. That there's down there, I believe, in Mississippi, where they had buried a lot of our people that they had murdered. And it had peaches down there. It's a peach orchard that it evolved into. And they had buried a lot of our people there who had wanted their freedom.
Yep, during the Civil War.
Yes, sir. And then I believe after Emancipation Proclamation was signed, they put more of our people there as well, too. And if I'm not mistaken, that's down there with Gut in the Bud. Where State Tech?
No, it was in Mississippi.
Oh, that's even worse. Okay, where they killed Emmett Till. Okay.
It was down in the Delta. And that's just Mississippi.
Okay. Because Mississippi is the next state going eastbound from Louisiana.
Correct.
Okay.
And Arkansas.
Yeah, I passed through all those states.
We've got Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi.
Yep. Yeah, and that governor of Arkansas, yeah, she belongs in an insane asylum. Once they tear down a monument to the Little Rock Six.
Some things took place at some point in history is enough to cause trauma in so very many people for generations to come.
Come on, internet, stop acting like this.
You just say the words concentration camps, and the minds of most people will instantly conjure images of World War II and the atrocities committed by the Nazis in their imagination. However, the cruel reality is that such inhumane institutions existed long before Adolf Hitler's reign of terror. Have you ever heard of the Devil's Punchbowl in Natchez, Mississippi, US of A? This sinister site was a death camp in the United States that operated with impunity, perpetrating unspeakable horrors on its victims, Black victims to be precise. This concentration camp was so horrific it was erased from history. The Devil's Punch Bowl is a place where the very fabric of humanity was torn apart, where the rules of war were bent and broken, and our dear Blacks were treated far less than things with souls, regardless of all that they had sacrificed for the Union during the Civil War, for which they were betrayed in the end, after it all. The kind of cruel things done to a large number of blacks in the punch bowls at Natchez was beyond evil. Countless numbers of them were incarcerated in a pit with husbands, fathers, mothers, children, all trapped in there by whites for the mere pleasure of watching them all embrace extreme suffering, which would inevitably lead to the brutal annihilation of each and every one of this black population, over 20,000 of them. It's an ever-crying death, the history, an ever-crying story of human torture. Unfortunately, this story, like so many others, has been drowned beneath a ravine filled with pain and suffering. The United States has a deep-rooted history of racially motivated mass killings that were frequently denied and went undocumented by authorities. This observation has been discussed a number of times already by keen observers. In June of 2021, for instance, a formidable national American daily newspaper, USA Today, discussed the same observation in one of its editorials. We are this day reminded of the poignant words of writer and activist James Baldwin when he said in 1963,
"American history is longer, larger, more various, and more terrible than anything anyone has ever said about it."
This terrible deed of 1863 is an excellent example in honor of James Baldwin's quote. Just when you think that you've heard it all, another news pops up. However, while we journey back into this long clandestine of Black history, we'll like you to encourage our efforts by hitting the thumb button. Share this video with friends and family to keep spreading our eye-opening Black narrative, and subscribe to stay tuned in if you are yet to. Without further ado, let us hit the road for the journey down memory lane.
Yeah, like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
Of all the historic sites in Mississippi, few have as deadly as the Devil's Punch Bowl in Natchez. In the foothills of Mississippi, until today, the trees grow heavy with abundant uneaten peaches, so nourishing and big as peaches look that one would wonder why the locals do not eat it. This is because they all know what lies beneath the soil, serving as good manures to the roots of these healthy-looking fruits. Several tales have haunted the grounds of the Devil's Punch Bowl for decades, from pirates, which local legend would say once used the secluded area as both a hideout and a spot to bury their loot, to planes crashing. Nonetheless, while the lands may not be filled with treasure, they are haunted by the history of mass murder, untellable cruelty, and a past filled with hatred for Black Americans that cannot be ignored. In recent years, the story behind the Devil's Punch Bowl grew increasingly sinister when a mass grave was found in the area. As historians looked into the grisly discovery, they learned that the grave held the bodies of thousands of formerly enslaved African Americans. An even more terrifying revelation unearthed by the researchers in Mississippi was that these corpses in question belonged to slaves who were freed during the Civil War and then re-imprisoned in this hollow concentration camp. The American Civil War, which erupted in 1861, played a significant role in the Devil's Punch Bowl. The war was led by several notable figures, including President Abraham Lincoln, who played a crucial role in shaping the Union's strategy and false commitment to ending slavery. Other key Union leaders included General Ulysses S. Grant, who served as General-in-Chief of the Union Army, and General William Tecumseh Sherman, who led the March to the Sea. On the Confederate side, President Jefferson Davis and General Lee, served as General-in-Chief of the Confederate Army, was a highly respected military leader who played a key role in several Confederate victories. Other notable Confederate leaders included General Stonewall Jackson, who played a crucial role in several Confederate victories, and General James Longstreet, who served as Lee's most trusted subordinate. At its core, the conflict was a clash between two fundamentally different societies, the industrialized, urbanized North and the agricultural, slave-based South. For decades, tensions had been simmering between the two regions over issues like slavery, states' rights, and economic and cultural differences. The North, which had undergone rapid industrialization and urbanization, saw slavery as morally reprehensible and economically inefficient. In contrast, the South's economy, society, and very identity were deeply entrenched in the institution of slavery. The region's agricultural economy, which relied heavily on labor-intensive crops like cotton, tobacco, and sugar, was utterly dependent on the forced labor of enslaved Africans. The South's wealthy planters and farmers saw slavery as essential to their way of life, and their economic survival seemed inextricably linked to the perpetuation of bondage. This entrenched commitment to slavery ultimately contributed to the South's secession from the Union and the outbreak of the Civil War. The opening salvo of the American Civil War was fired when Confederate forces unexpectedly attacked Union troops garrisoned at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina, setting the stage for a brutal and divisive conflict. The Confederacy, led by President Jefferson Davis, had seceded from the Union in the months following Abraham Lincoln's election as president in 1860. The Confederacy saw Lincoln's victory as a threat to their way of life, which relied heavily on slavery. The early years of the American Civil War saw several pivotal battles, with the First Battle of Bull Run standing out as a significant Confederate victory. Fought on July 21, 1861, it was the first major battle of the war, marking the beginning of a brutal and devastating conflict that would span 4 years and claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans. President Abraham Lincoln, under public pressure, ordered an attack against General Winfield Scott's advice. Union troops, largely untrained, marched towards Manassas Junction, but were met by Confederate forces, equally untrained, who had ridden the rails from the Shenandoah Valley. The battle was chaotic, with similar uniforms and flags causing confusion. Despite initial Union gains, Virginians under Thomas J. Jackson's command rallied, earning him the nickname Stonewall. The Union Army was ultimately routed, and both sides realized the war would be longer and bloodier than anticipated. As the war progressed, abolitionists such as Frederick Douglass argued that the enlistment of black soldiers would help the North win the war and would be a huge step in the fight for equal rights.
Once the black man gets upon his person the brass letters U.S., let him get an eagle on his button, a musket on his shoulder, and bullets in his pocket.
Douglass said,
and there is no power on earth which can deny that he has earned the right to citizenship.
However, this is just what President Lincoln was afraid of. He worried that arming African Americans, particularly former or escaped slaves, would push the loyal border states to secede. This, in turn, would make it almost impossible for the Union to win the war. Although, after 2 grueling years of war, President Lincoln began to reconsider his position on black soldiers. The war did not appear to be anywhere near an end, and the Union Army badly needed soldiers. White volunteers were dwindling in number, and African Americans were more eager to fight than ever. The Second Confiscation and Militia Act of July 17, 1862, was the first step toward the enlistment of African Americans in the Union Army. It did not explicitly invite black people to join the fight, but it did authorize the president to employ as many persons of African descent as they deemed necessary and proper for the suppression of this rebellion in such a manner as they judged best for the public welfare. Meanwhile, to secure the loyalty of enslaved individuals, President Abraham Lincoln come up with a crafty way out. He would begin drafting the Emancipation Proclamation. This historic document aimed to reassure African Americans that the Union was committed to granting them the freedom they had long desired in return for their support and participation in the war effort. The Second Confiscation and Militia Act passage marked a significant step towards realizing the goal of the Union, as African Americans did play a significant role in the conflict, from the Confederate White House and Harriet Tubman, a prominent abolitionist nurse and spy, leading hundreds of enslaved people to freedom of the Underground Railroad and serving as a scout and nurse during the Civil War. Both women, along with others, served in various roles, including as spies, nurses, and cooks, providing invaluable support to the Union war effort. In fact, the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, the first black regiment to be raised in the North, played a crucial role in the war. Formed in February 1863, the regiment consisted of over 1,000 men, many of whom came from slave states, Canada, and the Caribbean. The regiment's bravery was exemplified during the storming of Fort Wagner in South Carolina in 1863, where almost half of the charging Union soldiers were killed. The following year, Union forces led by General George McClellan launched the Peninsular Campaign, an attempt to capture the Confederate capital of Richmond, Virginia. However, the campaign ultimately failed, and McClellan's army was repelled. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam was fought in Maryland, resulting in the bloodiest single-day battle in American history, with over 22,000 casualties. It was so intense, the Union was losing most of its population rapidly at this point. Although the population of the Union was more than the Southern population, this didn't seem to give them an upper hand. The Northern states, also referred to as the Union states, had constituted 22 states, while the Southern states, also called the Confederacy states, were made up of just 11 states. In 1860, the entire population of the United States was 31.4 million, 3.8 million men, approximately 12% of the total population, were enrolled in the military service. 620,000 had died, that is 2% of the total population, in the war. However, the battle would mark a turning point in the war, as President Lincoln finally issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, the 1st of January, freeing all slaves in Confederate territory.
That on the first day of January, in the year of our Lord, 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state shall be thenceforward, and forever free.
His device had worked in an instant. Blacks had been bought by the whole turn-up and the promises it holds for them. The singular thought of no longer being slaves would make them give their all to the winning of the war for the Union. This singular development would turn back the tides for the Union. Their fortunes would begin to rise with several victories the following year, including the Battle of Gettysburg in July 1863, which repelled the Confederate invasion of the North. The siege of Vicksburg, which lasted from May to July 1863, resulted in the capture of the strategic Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. As the war dragged on, the Confederacy began facing significant manpower shortages. The Confederacy's fortunes had begun to decline due to several key factors. The Union's superior resources, including manpower, transportation, and industrial capacity, had begun to take its toll on the Confederacy. Actually, the most substantial factor behind the sudden martial dominance over the Confederacy was the supportive manpower of African-American numbers. However, they were not treated as equals. They were segregated into separate units, such as the United States Colored Troops, USCT, and were often subjected to discriminatory treatment, including lower pay, inadequate equipment, and poor living conditions. Despite these challenges, African-American soldiers, including free individuals and runaway slaves, played a crucial role in the Union's ultimate victory. They fought bravely in numerous battles, including the Battle of Fort Wagner, where the 54th Massachusetts Infantry, a black regiment, suffered heavy casualties. Tragically, African-American soldiers died in very large numbers compared to their white Union counterparts. According to historical records, approximately 40,000 African-American soldiers lost their lives during the war, accounting for nearly 20% of all Union casualties. The American Civil War in general resulted in an estimated 620,000 to 750,000 deaths, including both soldiers and civilians. This war had also led to the abolition of slavery, as the 13th Amendment to the Constitution was later on ratified. The Union's victory had been made possible, in large part, by the resilient contributions of African-American soldiers. Going forward, as the dust settled on the Civil War, the grand vision of freedom and equality that Abraham Lincoln had fought for seemed to be nothing more than a distant dream. The Emancipation Proclamation, which had beckoned black slaves to join the Union's fight for freedom, had been a resounding success. For 2 long, bloody years, these brave men had fought shoulder to shoulder with their white comrades, defeating the Confederacy and shattering the shackles of slavery. But as the newly freed slaves basked in the glory of their hard-won freedom, they were met with a painful, betraying reality. The very nation which they had fought and died for was woefully unprepared to grant them the full citizenship they so rightly deserved. Instead, they were forced to navigate a treacherous landscape of poverty, segregation, and violence. These newly freed slaves were faced with an increasingly dire situation now. They had been denied the basic necessities of life, education, money, and dignity during their enslavement. And now that they were so-called emancipated and free, they had literally nothing on them. Neither was their predicament for a second looked into. They had been freed for nothing. In their precipitous situation, they were better off being slaves than left free and empty in the streets, starving with their families, having entirely nothing to carry them on. They were forced instead to eke out a meager existence through sharecropping, renting land from their former owners, and toiling endlessly to eke out a living. The cycle of poverty was suffocating, and the once promising dream of freedom began to fade. It was all an illusion. The Emancipation Proclamation was designed to help the Union win the Civil War and thus preserve the Union. To fight against slaveholders without fighting against slavery is but a half-hearted business, wrote Black abolitionist Frederick Douglass. War for the destruction of liberty must be met with war for the destruction of slavery. Abraham Lincoln had taken that as a weapon to achieve his end. As soon as the winning of the war was achieved, he was fulfilled. As the years passed, the situation of these freed blacks grew increasingly dire. Starvation, segregation, and brutal violence became an all too familiar reality. The specter of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 loomed large, casting a long shadow of fear over the lives of free blacks. Constant threat of being recaptured and returned to a life of servitude hung over them like the sword of Damocles. It was against this backdrop of desperation and fear that a massive exodus of freed black slaves began. Over 110,000 souls fled the North, seeking shelter and a new start in the uncertain landscape of the post-war South. Many would pass through Natchez, Mississippi, a city that would soon become a crucible of historic violence and hatred. By 1860, Natchez was a city on the brink. Its population of 6,612 was a combustible mix of 4,272 whites, 2,132 freed slaves, and 208 free blacks. But as the decade wore on, the city's demographics shifted dramatically. By 1863, the population had swollen to 9,057, with 3,728 whites and 5,329 blacks. But as these blacks who had been released from the plantations of slavery overran Natchez in their desperate search for survival, the pitiable population went from about 10,000 to 120,000 in one night. This drastic increase in the black population raised tensions in the city. The residents of Natchez, feeling resentful that the people who were once their property were now free, called upon the same Union troops that these poor blacks had fought side by side with to devise a merciless solution. It was in this cauldron of reasonless hatred, envy, and ill will that the Devil's Punchbowl was born. It would become a byword for brutality and terror, a stark reminder of the long and bloody road that lay ahead for the newly freed slaves of Natchez. The Devil's Punchbowl is a naturally enclosed area in Natchez City, Mississippi. It got its name from the unique appearance it carries, resembling a bowl-like hollow. This camp, located at the bottom of the bluffs above, was seen by the Union troops as the perfect place to harbor their captives. According to Don Estes, historian and former director of the Natchez City Cemetery, the Union decided to build an encampment for the freed blacks at the Devil's Punchbowl and walled it off so that there'd be no escape for any of them. The Devil's Punchbowl consisted of 3 camps, all used by the troops to imprison these already freed black slaves and put them in conditions far worse than those on the plantations. This was another concentration camp. Men were made to do unthinkably hard labor, while women and children were left behind in the camp and usually deprived of food and water. The harsh weather conditions, arduous work, malnutrition, and poor hygiene would lead to a variety of health problems: fatigue, smallpox, and other insane diseases. Experts estimate that in just 1 year, more than 20,000 freed black people died at the Devil's Punchbowl. The death rate was so incredibly high that these prisoners had begged the troops to let them go back to the plantations. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. Paula Westbrook, historian and paranormal researcher, explained that the army didn't let the black people remove the bodies of the deceased from their midst. They just threw down some shovels and told the prisoners to bury the bodies exactly where they died. But these prisoners had already become too tired and enfeebled with incessant suffering, thus were unable at this point to dig reasonably into the ground to properly cover their dead ones. The increasingly decomposed bodies would cause more diseases, and more deaths struck the camp. James E. Yateman, a bank founder and philanthropist of the Western Sanitary Commission, visited the Devil's Punchbowl in November 1863 and wrote an appeal to President Lincoln regarding the condition of the formerly enslaved Black Americans. Lincoln did nothing. Yateman had written thus:
75 blacks died in a single day. None were returned to their masters on account of their suffering. Despite the tedious and backbreaking jobs that were assigned to them, they were usually killed on a daily basis. At least a record of 20,000 deaths of men and women were recorded in a year.
Without any hint of remorse or sympathy, the Union troops continued to mistreat these Black Americans, not giving them any chance to leave the camp, not even to bury their dead. The dead were buried wherever they dropped, as commanded by the troops, and they had continued dying. As Westbrook noted, the people who dreamed of building their lives away from the master's whip ended up owned, tortured, and enslaved once again. They never got the chance to build their businesses, amass wealth, and provide a good life for their offspring. They never got to experience true happiness, true freedom. As at today, occasional flooding by the Mississippi River brings out skeletal remains from the mass graves that adorn the former encampment. This proves that there was indeed a plethora of deaths that happened there at some point in time. Not just this, to substantiate the fact that most blacks were killed in the camps, let's take a look at the bluffs in the Devil's Punchbowl. They are known for massive abundance of wild peach groves, but peaches remain uneaten by the locals even till date. This is because the locals are conscious of the evil carried out by their progenitors. They have been told, even though they're best to convert the entire chronicle of events into their favor, they ignore this truth. Eating fruits fertilized by the flesh and blood of innocent humans. Nah, that would be way too extreme. Carefully considering the entire happenings in the 1860s reveals every possible reason there should be reparations made to the entire Black community, which does not even make up for the lot. There are no questions anymore as to why Blacks have been the targets of such hatred throughout the entire history of the Americans. The hatred is reasonless. The Devil's Punchbowl, going forward, was not an isolated incident. Hundreds of similar camps dotted the landscape, each one a breeding ground for disease, fear, and despair. Abigail Cooper, an assistant professor of history, delved into the heart-wrenching experiences of African Americans in these refugee camps during the Civil War. Her research revealed a staggering truth. Over 200 camps had been established, funneling more than 800,000 African Americans passing through them at some point. Most residents were slaves or ex-slaves, fleeing the clutches of their enslavers and the Confederate Army. Others came to find family members who had been sold to different slave owners. By looking at this in-between moment when slavery's end was possible but not assured, African Americans had begun to make and live out freedom on their own terms, Abigail Cooper informs. African Americans gathered to forge a monumental psychological transformation from knowing America as their enslaver to envisioning America as their home. Conditions in many of the camps were squalid, and disease was common. Black refugees lived in constant fear and terror of raids from Southern whites. At one point, the Confederate Army plundered and burned Slabtown to the ground. Whites also lived in the camps, most of them seeking shelter from the war. They were treated differently from blacks. They received more rations and treatments than blacks. A rations list Cooper discovered for a camp in New Bern, North Carolina, shows 1,800 whites received 76.5 barrels of flour over the course of 3 months in 1862, 1863. During the same period, the 7,500 blacks there received 19 barrels only. But despite the hardships and oppression, these refugee camps offered these formerly enslaved people their first opportunity to savor freedom, reunite as families, and lay the groundwork for a new society and religion. These black families had begun giving life a try, strangely relishing what it feels like to not be the property of a fellow human, what it feels like to start up what could be called a home. Never before had so many former slaves of so many different cultures gathered in such concentrations with the possibility of freedom near. There was an exchange of ideas, traditions, and rituals that fostered literacy and education and led to religious revivals. camp inhabitants compared their plight to the Israelites in the desert in the book of Exodus, from slavery, but not yet delivered to their new country. The refugees' struggles were a stark reminder that freedom was not a destination, but a journey, one that would be marked by countless challenges and hardships. Families reunited, and people from various cultures and traditions came together. Some camps had access to education. For many blacks then, a good pair of shoes was a crucial possession. On plantations, masters kept slaves' footwear locked up at night so they could not escape. A good pair of shoes was necessary to make the difficult trek, sometimes through forests and rock terrain, to the camps. Without shoes, one could more easily be picked out in a crowd as an escaped slave, and kidnappers lurked, attempting to sell people back into slavery. African-American refugees found creative ways to protect themselves. Some even crafted makeshift footwears from plantain leaves, which had a strong smell that helped throw off the scent of the hounds used by patrollers and former owners. A common song went like this.
I got shoes, you got shoes, all of God's children got shoes. When I get to heaven, I'm gonna put on my shoes.
The journey to freedom was long and fraught with danger. Racial terror and lynchings were common, and many black people were brutally injured or killed. These retaliatory killings were often unaccounted for, but left a lasting impact on the black community. In remembering the Devil's Punchbowl, we confront a painful chapter of American history, but we must do so to ensure such atrocities are never repeated. The suffering of those who were imprisoned, starved to death, and forced into labor to the breakdown in this cruel encampment must never be forgotten. Their plight serves as a stark reminder of the horrors of racial oppression and the long struggle for freedom and equality. In closing, after uncovering the history of the Devil's Punchbowl, with some crucial implications we learned, America's history of intentionally not documenting events highlights its racist history. Like prominent journalist Ida B. Wells puts it plainly, the way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. In short, by uncovering black mass murders and addressing America's history of racial violence, we can finally begin reconciling with the past. That brings us to the end of yet another eye-opening video. Just don't forget to like, share, and reach out to us in the comment section to share thoughts.
Black News. Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
All right,
Brother Chuck.
what are your thoughts? Devil's Punchbowl.
Bro, that is extremely depressing. It was genocide. It was inhumane. It was inhuman. And this is why I don't have a dream. That was a nightmare for real. But on that note, I want to give out listeners there a good night from Sin City right here.
Okay, before you go, Shabaka, because this hits close to home.
Yeah.
Even more so than this last story or historical lesson. What would you like to share about the 1940 LA Zoot riots?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Glad you brought it up. Okay. My understanding. Okay. It was 1942, and what was happening is that a lot of those white sailors was going up into Long Beach, going into downtown Los Angeles. They had to hop a streetcar then, and the Metro Rail that goes from Long Beach to downtown LA pretty much goes over that. Okay. These white boys were messing with the Latino women, and they were literally raping these women in the street. So any man who's got a sense of himself is going to go up there and retaliate. And they did. Okay.
So, you want to wait for the headset? We can barely hear you.
What happens when a flashy fashion statement becomes a symbol?
Shabaka, we can't hear you. You from the computer headset. Yeah. Barely.
From what I understand is that the sailors, the U.S. military sailors from Long Beach during World War II, because 1942 was that.
Yeah.
And that they were going to downtown Los Angeles and they were violating, Mexican American women. Okay, there was even one case where they raped one woman in the street, on a fucking street, that they violently raped. erased her. And so what the men folks said was that we're not going for this shit, and we're going out there and handling some business on this white boy. In other words, something that we should have did when they did it to our women. You see what I mean? But keep in mind that Los Angeles had a very, very small black population at that time. And then, of course, the redlining that was going on in Los Angeles in that era. And, and mainly we was confined out there to the Watts area. You know, we could only have jobs as chauffeurs, janitors, domestics, trained porters, and what have you. Now, also, too, Los Angeles Union Station is not too far from that location off of Broadway and off of Figueroa and San Pedro Street. It's because when you go down Alameda Street, that's going to take you directly to Union Station. So quite naturally, of course, you know, this is where these white boys just come up there and go violate these women. They get drunk on Liberty and what have you. See, and then of course, Edward James Olmos, you know, who is from East LA, as you know, that was his claim to fame, is that he had made a play called Zoot depicting this, set in the 1940s. So he tried to take his play to Broadway. He didn't make it to Broadway. He brought it back to LA, okay, and he did pretty good with it. And then actually, this is the film that made Edward James Olmos a star, is because he did a film version of it as well too. And then of course, you know, his acting career had picked up after that. You know, when he was a school teacher at Lincoln High School. Also, too, that he was doing bit parts, you know, on television as well. And of course, you know, the film American Me that he made. Let's see, then when he was also too the school teacher, Jaime Escalante, Stand and Deliver on that. Also, too, you know, he used to have a regular part on a TV series in the 1980s called Miami Vice. They say, so yeah, so Los Angeles has got quite a bit of a history. But then again, of course, as you do know, what they were doing for us there in Los Angeles at that time. See what I mean? And then, of course, you had the first black lieutenant on the LAPD, who I believe was a patrol officer at that time by the name of Uncle Tom Bradley. And Central Avenue was where we were confined to, where the infamous Dunbar Hotel was, and the city of Los Angeles and Karen Bass needs to answer for that because they did not preserve the Dunbar Hotel. They tore it down, and they used to sit there on 45th and Broadway, I think. Okay, if memory serves me correct, and everybody stayed there. You know, Louis Armstrong, Samuel Hedges Jr., because see, they didn't allow colored folk to reside in Hollywood at that time. Say, I mean, it was old. It was a musician. It was a museum of black talent, in early black Hollywood, as they call it. You see what I mean? And whatnot. And then, of course, you know, it was our colleague brother Eileen that did a clip on Elvin Mashore, or Isley Mashore, whose talents were stolen by, you know, Hollywood movie directors and executives at that time. See what I mean? So, it's bad. It was horrible, man. It was an act wrong within itself. It wasn't as extreme as the Devil's Punchbowl was, but even still, to go out here and violate a woman sexually against her will is an act wrong within itself. You see what I mean? You know, this is why I be telling our sisters out there, you know, what's up with this bed wenching? I say, look what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? Look what you're doing. Look where it comes from. Look what it represents. You see what I mean? And just like this is why I appreciated Malcolm X, where he did not claim the blood of the raping, slave trading pedophile, you know, his words verbatim, and say because he used that there as an example, you see. But then you get brain dead Negroes who's quote unquote proud of this shit. I can't see it, but that's just me. And if we ever hit Los Angeles, man, I'll take you into downtown LA on Broadway where they had committed these atrocities. Yeah.
Okay, I'll bid you a good night. I know you're about to pass out. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Man. Yeah, closing thoughts. Like and subscribe to Front. Yeah, like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc News. Also, too, out there to your other platforms. You see that how we share your material. We would appreciate it very, very much if you would mention us to like and subscribe to us. I mean, come on, right is right. You say, because we're always sharing other people's material, but they don't mention us. Then they come to us talking about mention them. We can't do it no more.
Right.
I
agree with you about that. All right. Have a good night, y'all. Have a good night, Shabaka.
All right. Okay. I'll give you a call later on tomorrow or later on today. All right. Okay. All right. Take care. I'm out from Sin City. All right.
On 7-Eleven. All right, lady Che, what's your thoughts on the Devil's Punchbowl?
That's it. I'll tell about the old boy. He had lost his life far away. That's what I was waiting to talk about.
Okay, what are your thoughts on old boy that got?
How's an old boy?
That's BECCY. I already passed that topic.
Well, yeah. Y'all forgot about
Well,
me.
Brandy, your eyes were closed. I didn't know if you were awake or asleep. I don't know what you're doing. You don't communicate nothing, so I don't know what you're doing. All right, what are your thoughts on the BECCY lover who met the end of his life at the hands of his SNOWBUNNY, which was 2 topics back?
Look, check it out. Yes.
Remember this. Go ahead.
All right. Look, I really think it's sensitive, but I think that when you choose to talk bad about sisters when you know good, goddamn well, that it ain't reverently like that. That some things are just over exaggerated and talked about, like y'all act like y'all are so perfect and the victim. And in reality, it's not the case at all. And so when y'all slide over to that shit that y'all are always gravitating to, it's a shame. It's a goddamn shame. Because what it shows us is that you ain't strong enough to deal with us. And that's not ever how it's supposed to be. See, we look at you like with the hopes and prayers that you can be strong enough to deal with all the shit we gotta carry on top of all your shit that we carry for you. But y'all seem to forget about that. So, oh, sweet boy, oh, snowflake, yeah, she don't do this, she don't do that, whatever, or she do this and she won't do it, what her sister won't do. But you know what? I bet if you were nice to her, you probably would do more for you. If you was just a nice individual, or you made her laugh, or you bought her a fucking cheeseburger. I bet you, dollars to donuts, she would do more for you if you weren't such an ass. But we have to hold everybody's shit, including our own, and treat it so bad. And y'all act like, oh, woe is me. I can't deal with this, and I can't deal with black woman. Why? That's not on us. That's a strength that's particular for you. Real shit. Why? Because we make your life so fucking much easier. And y'all would rather creep over there with some no good fetishizing ass bitch that'll throw you in jail or kill you, and you would rather be happy than to fucking do the one thing you are known to do, which is be the fucking man that we want you to be. And just be nice, take out the motherfucking trash, and be a caring, considerate individual. And just act like, just pretend that you have feelings and that you can see what we go through. And then you be like, shit, I never knew. I never knew how hard it was. Just put yourself in our shoes just for one fucking day. I bet you $50 fucking you could not handle it because we carried all of you. You know that. And we're so underappreciated. Man, I don't give a fuck what it is. We're so underappreciated. One day, 2 days out the year, don't mean dick when we carry y'all all the time. We take all your pain, we carry all your frustration, we take all your abuse, we take all your bullshit, and y'all treat us like shit. But you'll go over there with some sleazy ass fucking cockers away who don't mean you no right and will harm you and shame you and fetishize over you like the white man fetishizes. And it hurts our soul. So when bad things like that happen, we shoulder shrug it like you chose them instead of just allowing this to strengthen you. Because all we want to do is make you who you are. That's so hard. Understand? We just want you to be who you are. And we think that you're better than this. So we want you to carry us for once. Just for once. Hold us down. That's so hard. So when bad things like this happen, this man is gone because of fucking snowflake. Right? Because he over having this particular fortitude to deal with a strong fucking system like his strong mother probably brought him in the world. He did. So it's simple. That's what I gotta say. Now the devil's punchbowl. I think cut the fucking check like Chewbacca said. That's how I feel. I feel like man does it ever end. We are in the fucking 2025 version of the mouth. All I gotta say about that. And I forget to say cut the fucking check. Everywhere.
Yes.
Yes. Your nose. The oxygen making your nose, okay?
Scope is shutting down this month. Oh, wow. Why? Why is Skype shutting down?
You're gonna bet him? Okay.
What's that mean?
Do you want your bypass still? Yeah? What was that? Oh. What are my options? The bed pen. If you were rolling on the bed pen. I can't tell. Or you can just go, and if you go, we'll just give you up. The bed pen is just like that hard plastic to catch it. I don't know.
All right, Mama with Salon. So
Go ahead, Jesse, I'm sorry.
the next topic is the Zoot riots in LA in the 1940s that Sabaka was talking about earlier before he got off.
What happens when a flashy fashion statement becomes a symbol of rebellion and then an excuse for a violent crackdown? Imagine journeying back to 1940s Los Angeles, a city alive with the pulse of change, neon dreams, and underlying currents of tension. The streets of LA were filled with the energetic hum of a booming metropolis. Men and women, each with their own story, moved about a city that is both glamorous and deeply divided. Amid this backdrop, one particular style stood out: the Zoot suit. The Zoot suit was more than just an outfit. It was a bold and public declaration of an identity. Having an oversized jacket, wide-brimmed hats, and extravagantly baggy trousers, the Zoot suit immediately caught attention. For many young Mexican Americans who wore these suits, it was an act of defiance against a society that continually sought to segregate them. In their eyes, the suit was a statement of pride, a manifestation of a vibrant cultural identity in a city that often denied their rightful place. But while the Zoot suit was a source of pride and individuality, it swiftly became a lightning rod for racial prejudice. The narrative took a darker turn of dramatic police raids and scenes of unruly street riots. Racial tensions had been simmering, influenced by wartime hysteria and a media eager to inflict fear. Newspapers and radio broadcasts framed a picture of lawlessness, suggesting that the Zoot suit was an emblem of unpatriotic rebellion. This dangerous stereotype linked Mexican American youth with criminality and delinquency, setting the stage for one of the most brutal, racially charged events in the history of America, the Zoot suit riots. Throughout these riots, the clash between exuberant cultural expression and deep-rooted racism reached an extreme point. As white servicemen and local police entered the streets, their actions quickly escalated into violent confrontations with Mexican-American youth. The riots were not simply a spontaneous eruption of anger, but an explosive result of decades of marginalization, media bias, and an identity struggle amplified by the pressures of wartime America. In this video, we'll delve into the heart of this historic upheaval and explore not just the violence, but the complexity of fashion, racism, and a fight for identity that defined a generation. Subscribe to this channel as we uncover the layers of the Zoot suit riots, a story where every thread of fabric carried the weight of resistance and every act of brutality echoed the deep divisions of its time. In the summer of 1943, the streets of Los Angeles erupted into chaos. Mexican-American youth, young men known as Pachucos, became the targets of one of the most brutal and racially charged attacks in American history. Beaten in the streets, stripped of their clothes, hunted down in their neighborhoods. And the worst part? The perpetrators, their attackers, weren't criminals. They were U.S. servicemen, police officers, and even ordinary white citizens. But how did it all begin? How did a fashion statement become a fuel for racial hatred? The Zoot suit wasn't just clothing. It was a statement. A way for young Mexican Americans and other marginalized communities to assert their identity in a world that wanted to erase them. A world that saw them as second-class citizens. To many white Americans, especially those in positions of power, these baggy suits, these wide-brimmed hats, and these flashy colors were a direct challenge to the hierarchy. They saw them as a threat and an act of defiance. And when fear mixes with prejudice, violence is never far away. While the tensions of World War II still raging, tensions in Los Angeles were already high. The city was a powder keg of racial hostility, economic disparity, and wartime propaganda. And then came the spark. A murder at a place called Sleepy Lagoon, a case built on lies and racial bias, the wrongful conviction of Mexican-American youth. And the media? They did what they do best. They fanned the flames, painting every young Mexican in LA as a criminal. The city turned into chaos, For nearly a week, mobs of uniformed servicemen and white civilians stormed the streets, dragging Mexican-American youth from restaurants, theaters, and even their own homes. They beat them, stripped them naked, burned their Zoot suits in the streets as symbols of defiance. The police didn't even bother to stop the violence. In many cases, they joined in, and the U.S. government barely acknowledged it. Instead, officials blamed the victims, the young men who had been attacked, brutalized, and dehumanized. But history has a way of repeating itself. The Zoot Suit riot wasn't just about clothing. It was about power, race, and who gets to belong in America. And in many ways, that fight still isn't over. Los Angeles in the 1940s was a city of contradictions. It was a land of opportunity and booming industry, yet also a place where deep racial divides influenced the daily lives of its people. It was a city that symbolized the promise of the American dream, but only for those who were perceived to be worthy of it. For many, especially Mexican Americans, Black communities, and other marginalized groups, that dream was a little more than an illusion that was constantly overshadowed by racism, segregation, and systemic oppression. The imagery of the bustling streets of 1940s LA was striking, having neon signs illuminating jazz clubs and streetcars rattling past crowded sidewalks. But beneath the surface, the city was deeply segregated. It is a reflection of the racial hierarchy that defined America at the time. At the top were the white elite, business magnates, politicians, and middle-class families who controlled the economy, the legal system, and the housing market. They lived in very conducive neighborhoods like Beverly Hills, Pasadena, and Westwood, which were far from the struggles of the working class. To the south and east, Mexican-American communities were concentrated in barrios like Boyle Heights and East LA, areas filled with vibrant culture, but also plagued by underfunded schools, poor infrastructure, and police harassment. Mexican Americans made up a growing share of LA's population. Many of them were descendants of families who had lived in the region for generations, long before California even became a state. But to white society, they were seen as perpetual foreigners, second-class citizens who did not deserve the same rights and privileges as themselves. Meanwhile, Black communities were centered in areas like Watts and South Central, where segregation kept them locked out of wealthier neighborhoods. Like Mexican Americans, Black residents experienced job discrimination and housing restrictions, but they also endured the added cruelty of legalized segregation. Jim Crow-style racism that started from the South into the so-called progressive West. Despite their differences, Mexican Americans and Black Angelenos shared a common struggle, one shaped by economic inequality, systemic racism, and the constant fear of police brutality. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 radically transformed the landscape of Los Angeles, intensifying the racial tensions that had already been simmering beneath the surface. When the U.S. entered the war in 1941, California became a major center for wartime production. LA's factories, shipyards, and military bases suddenly found themselves in desperate need of labor workers. Thousands of young white men were drafted into the military, leaving behind vacancies that needed to be filled. And who stepped in? Mexican Americans, Black workers, and immigrants. The very people who had long been denied stable, well-paying jobs. For the first time, Mexican and Black workers found themselves working in war industries, assembling aircraft, welding ships, and producing weapons for the fight against fascism abroad. But while these jobs offered economic opportunities that had once been out of reach, they also ignited a wave of resentment among white workers who felt that their dominance over the labor force was slipping away. They began to grow hostile. Many white Angelenos refused to work alongside Mexican and Black laborers, and in some cases, companies actively segregated workers to prevent racial conflict. But tensions didn't just exist in the workplace. They were practiced in the streets, schools, and neighborhoods, creating an atmosphere of widespread hostility. For all the rhetoric about America fighting for democracy overseas, racial minorities in Los Angeles were constantly reminded that they were not included in that promise of freedom. Housing discrimination was one of the most blatant and damaging forms of segregation.
Cultural laws.
In many parts of LA, restrictive housing covenants and legal agreements between property owners explicitly barred Mexican, Black, and Asian families from buying or renting homes in white neighborhoods. If a Mexican American or Black family tried to move into a white area, they were often met with violent resistance. Cross burnings, vandalism, and mobs threatening minority families became a common occurrence. The Los Angeles real estate market ensured that minorities remained confined to overcrowded, neglected neighborhoods, where landlords charged high rents but refused to maintain the properties. And then there was the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, an institution notorious for its brutality and deep-rooted racism. Mexican and Black youth were constantly harassed by police officers who saw them as troublemakers and criminals before they even committed a crime. The LAPD operated as an occupying force in minority neighborhoods, routinely conducting mass arrests and beatings under the guise of keeping the streets safe and secure. One of the most notorious figures at the time was Police Chief Clements B. Harral, who led the LAPD with an iron fist. Under his leadership, the department embraced a policy of racial profiling, using fabricated reports and exaggerated crime statistics to justify the mass arrests of Mexican American youth. The department frequently worked hand in hand with local newspapers to paint an image of lawless Mexican gangs terrorizing the city, an image that would later justify the violence of the Zoot riots. The LAPD's racism was particularly evident in the way officers policed white sailors and soldiers versus Mexican American youth. While white servicemen were often allowed to get away with drunken, disorderly conduct, vandalism, and even outright assaults, Mexican American teenagers were immediately labeled as threats, arrested, and thrown into overcrowded jails. The tension between these groups began to escalate, and everyone in Los Angeles could feel it. By the early 1940s, all the ingredients for disaster were in place. A divided city where minorities were treated as second-class citizens. A war economy that shifted racial dynamics, creating resentment among whites. A police force that saw Mexican American youth as enemies rather than citizens. And a media machine that fanned the flames of racial fear and paranoia. And at the center of it all came a fashion statement that became a symbol of defiance. The Zoot suit. For many young Mexican Americans, the Zoot suit was more than just clothing. It was an act of rebellion, a statement of pride, a refusal to conform to a society that tried to erase them. But to the white establishment, it was a threat, a sign of a dangerous youth culture that needed to be controlled, punished, and erased. No one knew it yet, but Los Angeles was a ticking time bomb, and it didn't take much to set it off. The Zoot riots were just around the corner, and the city was about to explode in one of the most brutal racial conflicts in American history. Los Angeles in the 1940s was a glamorous city, yet deeply divided, promising opportunity, yet withholding it from so many. The racial tensions, police brutality, and economic inequality had all been building for years, and soon it only took one spark to ignite an all-out war in the streets. The Zoot riots weren't just a spontaneous eruption of violence. They were the result of years of discrimination, systemic oppression, and a city that refused to acknowledge the humanity of its people. And when that moment finally arrived, it revealed the ugly truth about race in America. A truth that still echoes today. In the early 1940s, a bold and defiant fashion trend flooded the streets of Los Angeles. One that turned heads, sparked controversy, and ultimately ignited violence. The Zoot suit wasn't just clothing, it was a statement. With its oversized jacket that rolled down past the knees, high-waisted baggy trousers that narrowed at the ankles, and wide-brimmed fedora tilted just right, the Zoot suit was impossible to ignore. It exudes confidence, swagger, rebellion. It was flashy, exaggerated, and deliberately excessive at a time when the rest of America was being told to ration, to sacrifice. But for young Mexican Americans who called themselves Pachucos, this suit was more than a fashion choice, it was an identity. To the Pachuco youth, Wearing a zoot suit was an act of self-expression.
Then in his elbow.
It was a way to reclaim space in a society that tried to erase them.
Yep.
They lived in a world that constantly reminded them that they were outsiders, treated them as second-class citizens in a country they called home. But in the clubs, on the dance floors, and in the streets of East LA, the zoot suit was their badge of honor. It wasn't just about fashion, it was about power.
Yes, it is.
The zoot suit was a way of saying, we are here, we belong, we will not be ignored. But to mainstream white society, the message wasn't just heard, it was feared. To many white Americans, especially those in positions of power, the zoot suit was dangerous. It was seen as a rejection of traditional American values, a slap in the face to the wartime spirit of sacrifice and discipline. While young white men were being drafted to fight overseas, Mexican-American youth were wearing suits that defied the era's strict wartime conservatism. And the government? They took notice. During World War II, the U.S. had implemented strict rationing policies. Wool, fabric, and other materials were limited, and Americans were expected to make do with less for the war effort. The War Production Board even regulated clothing sizes, shorter jackets, narrower lapels, and less fabric. The zoot suit? It laughed in the face of these restrictions. Its long, flowing fabric wasn't just a style, it was a rebellion against wartime conformity. That was all the excuse the media and authorities needed to demonize the look. Newspapers blasted zoot suiters as unpatriotic, wasteful, and criminal. They were painted as street thugs, gangsters, and troublemakers. Stories circulated about Mexican-American youth terrorizing the city, reinforcing racial stereotypes, and fueling the public's growing fear and resentment. Soon, it wasn't just a fashion statement, it was a target. Police went down hard on zoot suiters, often arresting them for simply wearing their clothes. Mexican-American youth were accused of being delinquents, gangsters, and a threat to public safety, whether or not they had committed any crime. The LAPD made it a mission to sweep the streets of so-called hoodlums, which was an expression that just meant young men in zoot suits. Meanwhile, the media fanned the flames. Journalists described zoot suiters in terms meant to dehumanize them. Words like wolves, rats, and savages were used to describe teenage boys who were guilty of nothing more than just having a different sense of dressing. The more the media pushed the narrative, the more the public turned against them. And then came the breaking point. The city of Los Angeles was already a pressure cooker of racial tensions, but the demonization of the zoot suit turned Mexican-American youth into public enemies. All it took was a spark to set the city ablaze. The zoot suit riot was just around the corner. How did the riots start? June 3, 1943. In 1943, Los Angeles was a city at war, both abroad and at home. While the world focused on World War II, another battle was forming in the streets of LA. Tensions had been rising for years, with Mexican-American youth, especially with the Pachucos being portrayed as outsiders, troublemakers, and even internal enemies. All it took was a single spark to ignite a full-scale racial war. That spark came on the night of June 3, 1943. A group of white sailors from a nearby military base, drunk and spoiling for trouble, roamed the streets of Los Angeles. They despised the zoot suits, seeing them as flamboyant, unpatriotic, and disrespectful at a time when the country was rationing fabric for the war effort. But beyond the clothing, it was about race, power, and a city that was divided by prejudice. The sailors soon encountered a small group of young Mexican Americans in zoot suits. Quickly, an argument erupted. Although the details remain blurry, some say the sailors provoked the Pachucos, while others claim the Pachucos stood their ground. What is clear is that fists began to fly. A sailor fell to the ground, and the others saw red. Words of it began to spread quickly, and within hours, hundreds of servicemen gathered seeking revenge. Armed with clubs, belts, and even knives, they stormed into Mexican neighborhoods, looking for any zoot-suited youth they could find. As the night unfolded, the attack became more intense. The police did nothing about the situation. Some officers encouraged the violence. Instead of arresting the rampaging sailors, they arrested the victims. Mexican-American youth who were bloodily beaten on the sidewalks. The city was on the edge of chaos, and this was just the beginning. The following night, Los Angeles had become a war zone. The streets pulsed with fear and hatred as mobs of white servicemen, now over 200 in number, took the riots to another level. They didn't just target young men in Zoot suits, they targeted the entire community. June 4th to 7th saw some of the most horrifying racial violence in LA's history. Sailors flooded into Mexican neighborhoods, dragging men from their homes, beating them in the streets, and tearing the Zoot suits from their bodies before setting them on fire. The violence was sickeningly public. Throngs of white onlookers gathered to cheer as the assaults went on. The attacks weren't just against Mexican Americans. Black and Filipino men were also brutalized. Anyone who looked different became a target. The rage wasn't about crime or patriotism. It was about asserting dominance. Should have brought order. It deepened the injustice and made matters worse. Officers watched from the sidelines, doing. When arrests were made, they were almost exclusively Mexican-American youth who had been attacked. The message was clear. The system was against them. The riots raged for days, growing increasingly brutal. By June 7th, hundreds of victims lay in hospital beds, nursing broken ribs, fractured skulls, and deep lacerations. Some had barely escaped with their lives. Yet in the newspaper, it was shockingly biased. The truth was buried beneath racism propaganda. As the riot continued, city officials and law enforcement mixed the whole story to control the narrative. Instead of acknowledging the brutal attacks on Mexican-American youth, the Los Angeles Police Department framed the victims as the real threat. LA Police Chief Clements B. Harrell doubled down on the idea that Mexican-American youth were dangerous gang members. He labeled the Pachucos as juvenile delinquents and suggested that their criminal tendencies were to blame for the violence. This wasn't just an isolated opinion, it was a coordinated effort to shift blame and justify the unchecked brutality against colored people. The police were not alone in their complicity. California Governor Earl Warren and military officials remained silent, instead of condemning the white servicemen who had instigated the riots. The government's response was chilling in its indifference. No sailor was arrested, and no military leader was punished. Instead, the city of Los Angeles chose an outrageous solution. They banned the Zoot suit. A couple weeks after the riots, LA authorities made it illegal to wear the outfit in public. Tailors were warned not to sell the suits, and anyone seen wearing them was at risk of immediate arrest. The city punished the victims rather than punishing the attackers. The message was clear. Mexican-American youth had no place in Los Angeles unless they conformed, remained invisible, and abandoned their cultural identity. The horror of the Zoot Suit riots didn't stop at the borders of Los Angeles. In a matter of weeks, the racial violence had spread across the country. White servicemen, emboldened by their actions in LA, carried their hatred to other cities, turning their attacks into a nationwide movement of terror. Between June and July of 1943, similar riots broke out in Detroit, New York, and Texas. In each of these cities, Black and Latino communities found themselves under siege. The formula was the same. Mobs of white servicemen and civilians rampaged through communities of color, beating men in the streets, vandalizing homes, and terrorizing families. The targets weren't criminals or gang members. They were simply people who looked different. In Detroit, the violence reached its peak when racial tensions escalated into full-scale riots between Black residents and white mobs. Instead of the police to protect Black citizens, they remained idle or even joined in the violence. By the end of the Detroit riots, 34 people were dead, 25 of them Black. In New York, sailors attacked Puerto Rican and Black communities. In Texas, similar attacks targeted Mexican-American neighborhoods. The Zoot Suit riots had revealed an ugly truth about America. Racial violence was not just an isolated incident in Los Angeles, it was part of a larger systemic problem that stretched across the country. As reports of these riots circulated, America was forced to confront an uncomfortable reality. The war was being fought overseas in the name of democracy and freedom, yet at home, racial oppression and white supremacy ruled the streets. The hypocrisy was impossible to ignore. The Zoot Suit riots weren't just a series of violent nights in LA. It was a warning, a glimpse into the deep racial divide that had been festering in America for generations. And though the riot eventually ended, its impact rippled through history, leaving a painful legacy that is still felt today. Conclusion: the Zoot Suit riots were more than just racial clashes. They were a direct attack on identity, culture, and the right to exist without fear. What started as a simple confrontation between a group of sailors and Mexican-American youth turned into a citywide and later nationwide wave of violence that exposed the raw, unchecked racism at the heart of the American society. Even today, echoes of the Zoot Suit riots persist. They remind us of the dangers of racial scapegoating, of media-fueled hysteria, and of a justice system that too often protects the powerful while criminalizing the oppressed. This is a story that must never be forgotten, because history has a way of repeating itself. And the only way to prevent it is to face the truth head-on. While the smoke cleared and the bruises healed, the battle over the truth had just begun. The mainstream media wasted no time in twisting the narrative, turning a brutal racial assault into a so-called patriotic stand. Newspaper headlines across the country painted the Zoot Suit riots as a necessary crackdown on lawlessness, with publications like the Los Angeles Times portraying Mexican-American youth as the real aggressors. Instead of reporting on the violent mobs of white servicemen rampaging through the streets, newspapers described them as cleaning up the city, painting their actions as a defense against un-American delinquents. The strip of Pachuca on the attacks was buried beneath a wave of propaganda. Even Hollywood played its part. Films from the 1940s and beyond continued to push a dangerous stereotype of the Pachuco, depicting young Mexican Americans as knife-wielding gangsters and troublemakers. The cultural fear of the Zoot Suit, which had been manufactured and exaggerated by the press, was now deeply embedded in American media. The riots were rewritten as a war against crime, ignoring the clear racial and classist undertones that had caused the violence. In the eyes of the mainstream, the white servicemen who attacked Mexican-American youth were simply doing their patriotic duty, while the victims of these assaults were labeled as the enemy. Despite overwhelming evidence of racial violence, law enforcement and political leaders refused to acknowledge the truth. Days after the riots, the city of Los Angeles effectively banned the wearing of Zoot Suits in public, treating the clothing as if it were the cause of the violence rather than a symbol of resistance. Instead of protecting the victims, the system chose to erase their identity, reinforcing the idea that simply existing as a proud Mexican American was somehow a criminal act. But history has a way of always resurfacing the truth. While the mainstream media attempted to erase the voices of the victims, Mexican Americans refused to be silenced. If anything, the riots ignited a new wave of activism and cultural pride, inspiring a civil rights movement that would stretch across decades. The brutality of the riots had exposed the realities of racism in America, and the Mexican-American community was no longer willing to accept second-class status. Chicano activists emerged in full force, using the riots as a rallying cry for justice. Organizations like the Community Service Organization, CSO, and later the Chicano movement of the 1960s and 70s drew direct inspiration from the struggle of the Pachuco generation. They demanded equal rights, an end to police brutality, and representation in government and media. Art, literature, and music became powerful tools of resistance. Murals depicting Pachucos as heroes, not criminals, began to appear across Los Angeles, reclaiming their place in history. Writers and poets captured the defiance and pain of the Zoot Suit era, ensuring that the voices of those who had been attacked in 1943 would never be forgotten. Protesters marched through the streets carrying signs that read, "Somos Mexicanos, no criminales," meaning, "We are Mexicans, not criminals." Perhaps most importantly, the riots solidified the Chicano identity. Rather than allowing themselves to be erased or assimilated, young Mexican Americans began to embrace their heritage with renewed vigor. The Pachuco culture that was once demonized by the media became a source of pride. Their distinctive slang, their style, their music, all of it became part of a cultural movement that demanded respect and recognition. The riots may have been an attempt to strip Mexican Americans of their dignity, but instead they ignited a movement that refused to back down, one that was even stronger. Though the Zoot riots took place in the 1940s, their impact has not completely faded. The Zoot itself, which was once criminalized and ridiculed, evolved into a powerful symbol of resistance. Decades later, in the 1970s, the resurgence of Chicano activism brought the style back into the spotlight. It was no longer just a fashion statement, but now a reminder of a past struggle, a piece of history that is worn with pride. The riots also left a lasting imprint on pop culture. Films like Zoot, 1981, based on the play by Luis Valdez, told the story from the perspective of Mexican Americans reclaiming the narrative from decades of whitewashing. The play and film highlighted the injustices of the 1940s while celebrating the resilience of the community. The music industry also paid homage to the era. Chicano rock and jazz musicians infused their work with nods to the Pachuco culture, ensuring that the sound and style of resistance lived on. Even outside of the Mexican-American community, the Zoot became a universal symbol of defiance against oppression. From the swing revival movements to hip-hop fashion, the exaggerated style of the Zoot has been embraced by various subcultures that see it as a representation of rebellion against an unjust system. Its presence in mainstream media, from music videos to period films, serves as a reminder that history does not simply vanish. It evolves, adapts, and continues to inspire generations to come. But beyond fashion and pop culture, the real legacy of the Zoot riots is in the fight for racial justice that continues to this day. The issues that fueled the riots, racial profiling, media bias, and police brutality, are still very much alive. The struggle of the Pachuco generation paved the way for future civil rights battles, from the Chicano movement to modern-day fights against racial injustice. Each time history threatens to repeat itself, the lessons of 1943 come alive, reminding us of the dangers of allowing fear and prejudice to dictate who belongs in America. The Zoot riots were never just about clothing. They were about identity, about resistance, and about a community refusing to be erased. And the riots may have been framed as a footnote in history by those who sought to control the narrative, the truth lives on in the voices of those who remember, in the art that tells the real story, and in the continued fight for justice that carries their spirit forward. The Zoot that was once a target of racial violence remains a symbol of defiance, resilience, and the unbreakable spirit of a people who refused to be silenced. It stands as a testament to the power of cultural pride in the face of oppression, and in every mural, in every song, in every act of resistance that follows. The legacy of the Zoot riot still lives on. The fight isn't over. Today, the legacy of the riots lives on in the strength of Chicano culture, in peaceful protests, and in the unwavering demand for equality. We must learn from history, because if we don't, we risk repeating it. If this story is worth fighting for, don't let it end here. Share this history, educate others, and stand against racism wherever it exists. And if you want more deep dives into the hidden truths of history, like, comment, and subscribe. Let's continue unraveling the past together.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary.
All right, y'all, I'm going to end the show after this topic. Actually, I'm about to check out now. So thank y'all for tuning in. I got to get ready for this food bank after I leave the hospital. So thank y'all for tuning in. We had 2 more topics left, which we'll get to tomorrow, and that is this bozo on the screen. Thought it was funny to send a black boxer watermelon and Tiffany Henyard, the super mayor, is no longer the mayor of Dolton. So appreciate everybody tapping in, staying up late with us. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. So yeah, like subscribe to Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter and on X.com. So yeah, they didn't pave the way for nothing. I don't know. I think it was damn Chat GPT, if you ask me. Whoever wrote this needs to be talked to and checked. Yeah. And they need to get done. Oh, Lady Che had emailed you something, crew. Reality. So make sure you check that out. I can't understand. You got this machine on.
I'll be up for a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Lady Che says she's gonna be up for a little bit, so email her. I'm going to sleep. So thank y'all for tuning in. He said for sure. So yeah, make sure y'all check us out later on today or whatever for Front Line Blacc News, Season 4, Episode 49, Part 2. So we'll see y'all then. Peace.